Turn that on. Are we on? We're ready. City of Smithville Special Called Council Meeting and Budget Workshop, August 15, 2024. Notice is hereby given pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Vernon's Annotated Civil Statute, Article 625217, that the City of Smithville will conduct a special called council meeting and budget workshop on August 15, 2024 at 5 p.m. in the council chambers of City Hall, 317 Main Street, Smithville, Texas. I call this workshop to order. And our first item is presentation from the city manager and staff on 2024-2025 fiscal year budget. Before we begin this process, I want to tell everyone with the city, all the employees, our staffs, all the volunteers, everybody that had a hand in this, I appreciate all your hard work to bring all these numbers and balance the budget. And I know y'all did a lot of cuts this year, so I appreciate all your hard work and your dedication to the city of Smithville. Thank you. Take it away, Robert.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and citizens and staff who showed up today. You just saved one slide out of 54, Sharon, because that was my next slide. I cannot tell you the number of hours that were spent orchestrating the budget where we are today. We have additional work to do, but staff, you make my job a lot easier, and I appreciate your effort. So today, what I'd like to cover as far as the agenda is go over some recent accomplishments. We'll give you an update on the current budget status. We'll start our budget discussions. I want to give you an overview of the budget drivers or what components are impacting the ask, I'll call it, for FY 24-25. I'll show you the budget history as far as spending and debt. We'll talk about the proposed tax rate. There are some issues impacting this year's budget that include the over 65 tax freeze, the airport operations, and the Smithville Workforce Training Center that we'll cover briefly. Something new this year. Each year, we do ask the council members to provide input to me and the staff about what the citizens or they want in particular. This year, each council member will present their needs and wants. So I think that's going to be a neat portion of this particular presentation. Throughout this presentation, there are multiple breaks. We can do a touch point and see if they're needed, or we can push on. Later on into this presentation, the department heads will present their yellow sheets, which are their independent budgets and line items that are up for discussion. And they're going to tell you the projects and plans that they would like to see the opportunity to complete. We'll finish up with a summary, budget highlights, and the requests. Citizens can then make any comments. I think it's important that you hear the presentations before you have preconceived notions of where we're going. And we'll finish up with next steps. Sound good? Good. Okay, recent accomplishments. These are those accomplishments that have occurred in the past 3 to 6 months. I'm not going to go over this list. I think a picture is worth 1,000 words. So we've restriped basketball courts. We've added playscapes. We've completed sidewalks. We added an entryway sign at Riverbend Park. We started drainage projects, sidewalk projects. We actually resurrected the Hope Float sign, which is an effort by a lot of citizens and the Downtown Business Alliance to get that sign put back up, and we actually did complete that. We added a fuel concession, and we can talk about that, the fuel concession, in a moment, but need to take time to celebrate accomplishments. Too often it's in a mindset, what have you done for me lately? I would like citizens and the council and just to appreciate where we are by understanding where we've been and be completely clear where we're going. So that's kind of the purpose of tonight's budget workshop. All right, let's talk about the current budget status. So currently, revenues are exceeding expenses by about $441,000 on a $15.8 million operating budget. That gives us plenty in excess of over the GASB 54 requirement for 3X operating. So that's good news. I say up here that hot tax and sales tax revenues are stable, but they're actually on the increase. And I have a slide to address each of those in a moment. As far as the tax note goes, the 2023 tax note, 41% of the tax note has been spent. We're going to cover that briefly later in the presentation. $100,000 of interest has been earned year to date. That's goodness. The budget process is currently underway, and we have identified significant cost savings and cost cutting measures that we will discuss during this presentation. Let's talk about sales tax. Oh, one thing I wanted to bring your attention to is that this number, 10 months of the fiscal year, 83%. So when you're looking at all the budget numbers where we are year to date, that's where we should be. And what Cynthia has done in her worksheets is tell you where you are in comparison to where you should be, whether you're over, if it's 125%, or like the airport, 700% over. There's a reason for that, and we can discuss that throughout tonight's presentations. But 83% is where we should be in both revenue and expense spending. Okay, sales tax. Last month's receipts were $88,000. Year to date, we've collected $600,000 and are projected to hit a $900,000 revenue number. That would be 4% over last year's performance. I do want to point out since 2019, our sales tax has increased 51%. That's phenomenal. Going forward, shopping local makes a difference. It helps pay for fire, police, library, parks, streets. So it's important that you try to do so as much as possible. One thing that we like to take a look at is how are we doing in comparison to the other municipalities within Bastrop County. So I always track this and provide this information for you. So in comparison, overall, as I've said in prior meetings, the county, everyone is suffering from inflation and not spending as much as they did in the prior year. And you can see that the numbers, at the end of last year, we were down 3.72% in comparison to what we did the prior year. I like to track the trends. So Elgin, Bastrop, and the county are all trending downward. Our performance this year is trending upward. That's pretty good in a year of inflation when people aren't spending as much as they had in the past. So as I said, we're on target at this point to hit 900,000 or a 4% improvement over last year's performance. We average about 75,000 a month in sales tax. Questions? Yes.
Compared to the other communities and your table here, what do we contribute primarily to our increase while the others are decreasing?
People are shopping more locally, staying, that's hot tax, shopping more locally, and things that affect the sales tax are, of course, gasoline, furniture purposes, Amazon. People are buying a lot of Amazon, apparently. I can't drill down any further into that than just a generality, but understand that these numbers represent percentages, not dollar values. Obviously, Elgin and Bastrop are making a lot more sales tax than we are.
Right.
And one thing I discussed with Councilmember Etheridge, I don't know if anyone knows, we just found out during this budget process because of the over 65 tax freeze, of that 1.5% sales tax allocation, at some point in the past, 25 years ago, the council took action to take 0.5% of that 1.5% and dedicate it toward property taxes to reduce citizen property taxes. I'm still trying to research the actual date that occurred, but you can see that in our truth and taxation table. So your taxes owed would have been a lot worse had that action not been taken 20 years ago. So we're still investigating.
Is our sales tax off Amazon the same as shopping local? I mean, how does that work with Amazon? Do you know how it works? Do we get the same amount of sales tax?
To deliver, yes. It's 8.25
Okay.
on whatever you spend. And of that, it's just 1.5 is what we get.
Okay. Thank you.
One of the things I'd like to point out, and I don't in any way want to diminish the good behind just absolute dollar increases, but I did a really quick math. And one of the things when I get a chance to talk, we'll be looking at KPIs that are objective and that also are inflation adjusted. particularly when it looks at revenue. If you would have started in 2019 and you would have simply added dollar value of 5% a year, which is just inflation, we would have ended up at the end of 2023 with sales tax of $937,000 and we had 866. So the point being not that the 866 in the growth isn't valuable because we did collect those dollars, but we collect dollars from revenue sources, whether it's hot tax, sales tax, property tax, utility income. We collect that in amounts that have to cover our cost of inflation on our expense side just to stay even. If we want to do anything special for the citizens, meaning swimming pools, parks, anything that's extra, we have to generate revenue that at least meets or exceeds what our costs increase every year. So I'm not trying to diminish the increase of 51%, but if you go back and you strip away inflation, which would have happened if we hadn't had any additional sales, just the same sales, but they would have been 5% more each year, just like milk is 5%, whatever we buy as our lives goes up every year. When we look at business KPIs, I think it's important. What we're really trying to do is we're trying to have increases on a real basis, which means more businesses come into town or more sales come into town. And I don't know, it's almost impossible to strip that out and know how much of the sales were truly new sales. But I do know that inflation has been about 5% a year. So if you held those sales the same, they would have gone up just naturally because of inflation. So that's a question for later, which is how you look at measuring real growth for revenues.
Just a comment or question to you, that would not be mutually exclusive with the performance in past years, would it? I mean, the same inflationary issue that you're speaking of would be the same. So the rate of increase would be linear, would it not?
It would depend if you have new sales coming into town. It's hard to strip those out because I don't think you have enough granularity in the data that you get to know how many of the sales were truly new sales. But if you look at aggregate only, and you know that you've had inflation of 5%, in the aggregate, you may have had some new sales come, but if the aggregate doesn't exceed inflation, then that means you also lost some sales.
Yeah, I can still peek into who's paying what. They didn't ever shut that off. I hope they're not listening.
Yeah, well, and that would be good insight to have is, I mean, I'm just looking at it in gross numbers. And I know that we've had 5% inflation. And so if sales were just adjusted for inflation, we would have had, we would be at a higher level than where we are there, which tells me that we either have sales that weren't impacted by inflation, which would truly be net new sales, or we really haven't had new sales. We've just had increase in sales tax receipts because of inflation.
But I still think the performance is recognizable. 51% increase, whatever that number is. In 2019, we had 575.
Fair enough. And when you compare it to the other peer groups, that's a valid apples to apples comparison. So I just want to point out that when we think about how we measure, I think we have a revenue challenge in the city. It's something that we're not going to go bankrupt over in the next couple, 3 years. But if we continue the trend and we don't find ways to increase our revenues, then we're going to be consumed by adding more taxes and more fees to an existing population base, or we're going to end up neglecting needed repairs to infrastructure or not be able to do the same levels of services. It's just simple math. Over time, if we don't find ways to increase net revenues, we're not going to be able to do anything new without borrowing money or charging our citizens more.
Anyone else on sales tax before I move to hot tax? Okay. Take a look at hot tax. Year to date, 41,000 have been received. We still have 2 months left on the year for fiscal. And of course, I track both calendar and fiscal year. Projected increase is 12% over last year's performance. We average about 4.5 thousand a month. Right now, that STR performance that we're looking at, 31 STR establishments, hotel and/or lodging are paying hot tax. We've identified 12 that are not, that are either delinquent or are not paying. And we're working with Civic Plus. There's a process with which you have to follow legally to go after that money. And right now that is looking, I haven't got exact numbers yet, is looking like another 10 to 15,000. So that's that story.
Let me ask a quick question. Do we know, since we know how much we collected each year, do we know how many properties went with each year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where is that data? Can we get that? Is that on that slide and I'm missing it, or is it somewhere in the packet?
Well, I have a list of properties with, of the 31, that's a mixture of both short-term lodging and B and Bs. It's not
So
just.
like for 2020, do you know the number of payors that represent
Yes.
14,093? So what is the trend line for the number of payors?
It's increasing because of the short-term rentals that have come on board. But we have our staples. I mean, the hotel, Katie House, they've always been part of it. So.
Okay.
Robert, we
it-
still don't. Can you hear me? Yeah, am I on? I can't, okay. So, we're still not able to revise, whether or not Insight's going to deliver on the numbers that they gave us when we had that program?
They're working on that. I mean, you're not going to get 100,000 extra. I mean, so like if they misquoted something because it did ETJ versus just city limits, that's a different story. But yes, they are working on this, and the process is going to include actually doing an audit of these 12 people before you can get any money. There's a legal process that you have to go through, so you can, if they don't pay, you can lien their property. And that's what we're working, that's what we're working on now. Okay, any more questions on HOT? Move on to just a brief update on the tax note. This will get into more detail during next week's budget workshop. Councilmember Jameson asked me to try to indicate, well, what line items have we spent money in or completed? And I tried to do that by using color coding. So in each of the three areas, the police, public works, and general, if you see a colored shaded line item, that means money has been spent or has been completed in that line item. And there's still a lot out. Like I said, 41% has been spent, with 59.3% still remaining. We will continue to draw interest on those monies, which is goodness. So there's no hurry to spend this money. I just want to reassure you that, yes, sir.
Yeah, let me ask a question. Of that 50-something% that's not spent, how much of that do you know is legally committed to where if we wanted to reallocate it, how much of that could we reallocate?
Anything that's in the white.
Okay.
And some of the items that are in the blue, there's cost savings that have been used to purchase other things or go toward increasing a particular line item. Like a mini excavator was purchased with some of the savings. And that was for the utility guys. Electric guys, yeah.
So the 100,000, I'm sorry, go ahead. Kathy.
So we're not limited to the money that has not been spent. Some of those items could be replaced with something else that is applicable or appropriate to the way that money's spent.
Yes, ma'am. As long as you stay within the category,
Exactly.
infrastructure, capital, or facility improvements, the specific line item can be changed.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
The
Thank you.
100,000 in interest that we've earned so far, though, is just adding to the total. So we've really got 3.2 million. It's just got to be spent on capital, correct?
Capital, infrastructure, or
It's
Facility.
not something that can be moved out of here.
it can't be moved out of the tax note. We're going to have that interest is tied to the tax note.
Okay. So effectively, we've got a total of 3.2 million at this point.
Well,
We had 3.1 and now we've earned 100,000 in it.
you have 100,000 above and beyond what's left to spend, which is 1.7 down here. Let me look right there.
Yeah. So
1.7.
there's like a
So you
million.
got-
So there's a million one.
You got 1.9 left to spend now.
Yeah, and there's a million one of white.
Million one right.
And last year, remind us, last year, we used some of tax notes to cover some expenses in public works last year out of this, didn't we?
Yes, and that,
What did we roughly spend? It offset some costs that we would have otherwise had in the budget.
paving
Paving.
was a huge one that we used.
we might see in the details as we go forward of opportunities in this budget proposal that could be moved against this 1.7.
Yeah, I'd like to do that
Yeah.
because we got a long night tonight
Yeah.
and we have 3 more meetings to go. 3?
We got 3 weeks. We got 3 weeks left.
Yeah, but 2 more workshops to address this and there'll be a greater detail of the moving because there's some things that we're going to need to talk about and figure out for the next workshop. We're going to talk about it in a day, but we're going to figure it out and finalize next workshop. But overall, I'm pleased with $100,000 interest for sure. Any other questions about the budget, current budget status or tax note? All right, let's go on to FY 24-25 budget overview. As I said, there are budget drivers, convergence of the planets, things that are causing us to request or take actions. We clearly heard that the council and citizens wanted cost reductions. And, Councilmember Etheridge has already talked about the inflation rate. I understand it went below 3% in the last couple of days, which is good. My staff has gone through and identified $240,000 of cost savings. This is real savings off the yellow sheets that you will see when we go through those yellow sheets. What's impacting us this year is the 65 and over tax freeze. We talked about that during the council meeting. It's a $91,000 hit that's requiring us to raise taxes this year to cover that bill. And I have a slide I can brief those who weren't at the council meeting in a moment. Airport operating costs. When we had our first budget meeting, I said that typically target 5% year-over-year increase in spending. Heard you loudly and clear, no, cut that down, try to get net zero. But understand this, what's impacting. We have an opportunity with airport operations to sell fuel and buy hangars. And in that particular opportunity, there's a revenue and expense component. So to purchase fuel, you have to buy it. That's $180,000 of expense that we didn't incur last year that we're going to incur this year. But that expense will bring in $192,000 worth of $12,000 revenue. But you have to show it in the budget. Same thing with the hangar purchases. I have an opportunity to purchase 3 hangars. And I have a slide, we'll go into more detail, but that's one of the big factors driving, well, you were at 15.8 last year. Now you're asking for 16.5. What's going on? And I want to make sure everyone understands that concept before we go forward.
So Robert, just to make sure I understand this, the fuel purchase, obviously that's a good investment for us. That's working out well because we're selling a lot of fuel, correct?
Yes,
Do
ma'am.
can some of that money be used for these hangar purchases? It's all,
It could be commingled, yeah.
okay,
But the good thing about the hangar purchase is the 90-10 TxDOT grant that I can leverage.
perfect,
And,
okay.
it might be set, depending upon where you put it and how soon you can get it, it could be a 75-25, but I'm pushing for
Sure.
the 90-10.
Okay,
And one of those items that Mitch or Councilman Jameson, we talked about, the tax note. I will be requesting the ability to move some money to set aside the $36,000 10% match to purchase $360,000 of the hangars. And I have a slide, so I'm not going to go
understand.
right now, but to answer your question.
Thank you.
Okay, the staff, again, this process, we probably met 5 times with each of my direct reports. They in turn met with their supervisors and came up with the budget needs and the head count. And the 2 head count that we're looking to add as a must is a building inspector and a maintenance worker. Councilmember Etheridge and Councilmember Jameson want to include assistant city manager and economic development director. We'll have those discussions during their presentation. At this point, that 225 that you're showing, and I did average salaries for these positions on various platforms, Indeed, salary.com, jobs search, and that's a pretty good indication, but that's non-burdened. Okay. Another thing that's hitting us, y'all worked very hard last year to raise the pay to something equitable for our hourly employees. Each of you have communicated to me that you want to consider a 3% cost of living adjustment, and I thank you for that. That's impacting the budget. One thing that we couldn't cut this year is the brush dump. We have to tub grind at the brush dump. In fact, it's currently closed because we are out of room, and our D2 bulldozer isn't working. So 1941, got it from, yeah. No, it's an old one, yeah. And attorney fees, okay? So we had budgeted $20,000 in attorney fees. Our run rate's $47,000 this year. We've had some litigation. We're using the attorneys a lot more because of the various projects, plans, questions, issues, ordinances. So that's driving increased cost as well. The good news to citizens, there are no plans to increase any utility rates or fees. Okay? Questions? You have this in your packet. I don't know if you want me to go line by line, but the major hitters here are, and Councilmember Etheridge, this is a question you asked during the council meeting, and I wasn't quite sure what you were asking, but after I thought about it, you wanted to know why there was increased revenue or less spending in the police department. Well, Chief Repka actually restructured how overtime pay, how personnel qualify for overtime pay. In the past, holiday pay counted toward your overtime total. Well, he canceled that, and we're seeing immediate savings for that. Projecting that forward, that's going to equate to $50,000 less in spending.
Hey, Robert, is the $441,000 positive run rate that you referenced at the beginning, is that just where we are in the calendar date in months, or is that projected to be our finishing?
No, that's now.
Yeah, so that's largely a function of timing and the fact that we straight line budget and we collect a lot of our revenue, particularly property tax at the beginning of the year. So
Yes, sir.
we should expect to be well ahead at this point, right? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, in comparison to years, we're doing better off than we did last year at this time with that number.
If that balance is there, does that move forward into next year's budget available?
The 240, that's the savings as we sit
Right
today.
back to what Councilman Etheridge was saying, the 440,000
Yeah.
that we're projecting right now.
No, it's going to go down, but whatever's left goes
Whatever's left
into the
Yeah.
reserves, which
goes to reserves, right?
it helps lower the 3X operating that you have to have, or it's a buffer, if you will. So yes, it does transfer. Microphone.
Do you expect a net profit at the end of the year? How much of the 441 will be eroded just in normal, time the next 2 months?
Well, I hope that the general will, the way it's going, I think hopefully around 100,000, maybe to the good. The utilities, still catching up.
Right.
So
We need some.
it's just
yeah.
going to depend on what the next billing cycle looks like
Yeah.
for the utility side. Looks like on the general side, barring any major catastrophe or something, we should come out to the good on the
Yeah,
general
we
side.
should be, it's mostly expense on the general side. So you should be able to
Right.
project that pretty good. The
And-
utility
and
fund
they're
is the
kinda-
one
we're
that's hard.
Cutting off expenses
Yeah.
now, so hopefully it's going to kind of level out and we
Yeah.
should come with.
Yeah, and Robert's reference to, I think I read somewhere where you referenced the airport operations, whether it's hangars and or fuel is budget neutral. It really should be budget positive because it should be a profit center.
You're right.
With a 90-10 match especially, we should be leveraging that and making a profit that is accretive to the rest of the budget.
And that's shown in her budget sheets, revenue and expense side. Yeah. Another big hitter was we cut out street paving. We didn't cut out completely. We just reduced it. You're not going to see a bunch of streets done next year. It's just a function of, we got to try to save money where we can. And our streets are not, there are a couple that are in pretty bad shape that we're working on, but we can survive. Something I did not put in the budget that I normally like to do every 2 years is to seal coat and restripe Main Street. Well, that's $65,000, Main Street and First to have that done. You just can't afford it this year. So you're going to have a faded street. People will live,
Robert, one more interjection, and this might be the right time or not. Maybe it's when we get to the department level, but as your departments went through the process, did they have a target to reduce spending by, or it was just, so you asked them to reduce by 5%, 2%?
I asked by all means, at least hit zero, hit the same budget you had last year. If you can give me more love, find it. But I'm targeting a 5%, actually it's a 2.5% lower than last year. Sometimes places it worked, sometimes it didn't. But I've never seen so many brackets on the yellow sheets.
Yeah, I mean, what I seem to see is it came out at about, well, the 240,000 is about a 2% reduction. 1.5. Well, 15.7.
Yeah, I think it's about, I wanted to say 1.5. Maybe I did my back of the envelope math wrong.
But you can't look at it because, yeah, that's okay. I'll take that. But, you know, brush dump grinding and increased attorney fees and things you're going to see, the net is not going to be.
No, I understand. I mean, on the flip side of that, when we look at the budget proposal at 16.5, you know, I'm okay with us saying, let's take the airport investment, which is budget neutral or producing revenue. I'm okay with saying, let's don't consider that in the 16.5.
You have to.
I know, we're talking about, I'm just talking about,
Yeah, apples to apples comparison. If you take that 550,000 or 40,000 out, you're now at 16 flat.
so we've got a proposal we decrease the expenses in this proposal by about 1.5%, but we didn't really ask for a 5 or 6% increase. If we net out the airport, we're only asking for about a 2% increase. That's,
Correct.
I'm giving you the benefit on that one.
Yeah, gotcha.
Robert, I have one question.
Yes.
Very quick. You know, we talked about not paving streets and stuff, but if we're not paving them, then we're going out and patching streets, and how much time and how much energy and everything we're going to spend on patching them. Is it still a lot less than paving the streets? Because
Oh, yes,
if you're spending
definitely. Repair
four
versus,
guys coming out there all the time fixing a hole over and over and over again and doing things, I want to make sure we're going the right direction.
yes, sir, it's significantly less.
Thank you.
Other things, just generally speaking, you know, we cut non-essential training for employees, TML. Some of the perks we've given in the past, like Jamboree armbands, we're not going to give out this year in a way to just save money. One of the biggest things that, not biggest, but helpful things was that we actually found a better insurance. Actually, we lowered the deductible, increased the out of pocket. That saved us $35,000. So, you know, measures have been taken to try to accommodate, you know, lessening the impact on the citizens. But again, there's going to be less training for you and for the staff, unless it's for certification purposes. You know, we're not going to cut it out completely. Less attendance at conferences is less travel, meals, and lodging. So it all kind of flows naturally. To that point, if there anything that you want to put back in that, for example, code enforcement, we were going to start condemning and doing a lot more work on cleaning up some of the properties. Well, that's expensive when you tear down a whole house if you have to. We're going to continue to do some, but it's not going to be doing as much as we originally planned. Okay.
Are you asking that question right now?
No, I can, sure.
Huh.
If you, sure.
No, there's plenty of things on there that I hate to see us cut. I mean, when we get back into the detail level of this, we'll get back into this concept that we don't necessarily have an expense problem. We've got a revenue problem, and effectively we're managing a limited resource, which means we have to reallocate or reprioritize our spending to accomplish what the priorities are. I mean, for me, I hate to see us cut 75,000 on streets and alleys, but if we can't afford it, we can't afford it. I just want to make sure we've properly prioritized and possibly reallocated the expenses that we have.
I think that level of granularity will come out when we're going through the yellow sheets. You can address that specifically there. But yeah, I like the idea for sure. Now, other cost saving measures that you could consider are listed below. Two of them impact morale. You know, you pretty much would one step forward, two steps back, and all the work and pain y'all took for increasing rates to give us a competitive wage and make us the employer of choice. So I'm not recommending them, but it's going to be your decision. That's an extra 460,000 you could take out, and then you'd be well below the 15.8. All right, just moving forward, look at the history. You know, we've already talked about this. Take out the 540,000, you're back at 16 million versus a 15.8 that you had last year. we'll talk about the tax rate in a moment. Unless you have any questions about this chart. Pretty much have been stable for 5 years. But again, this over 65 thing that hit us, and I'll explain that in the next two charts, is definitely going to cause an impact. Let's look at debt right quick. We paid down $866,000 in debt this year. Each years that we took out a tax note or a certificate of obligation are shown here. The payment, we're going to start out with a $9.1 million owed in debt. At the end of the next fiscal year, that should be about 8.2. So we continue to boil off debt. Now we are going to consider other funding sources to help us pay for wastewater treatment facility improvements. And we talked about that during the council meeting. It will come up later in the conversation, I'm sure. Any questions about debt? All right, let's talk about the assessed property values. One of the things that's been a challenge, I know it's been frustrating for Councilmember Jameson and others about not having enough time, and we need to have more budget meetings, but I think you going through this process, you realize you really can't do anything until the certified values are released. So case in point, I wanted to show you one number. 479 is what the preliminary values were when they released them back in April. The finished finalized value was 466. So that's $33 million of value that came down, and all of that drives your M&O and INS rates. So once you get that number in the sand, you can get busy. And so I just wanted to point that out. There ended up being a 3.3% increase over last year's net taxable values at 451,637. There are new terms. Those of you who've been here a while, the effective tax rate is now called the no new revenue rate. The rollback rate is now called the voter approved rate. There's something called a de minimis rate. And that's the maximum. It's oxymoronic, like jumbo shrimp. De minimis makes you think, smaller number. But de minimis is the maximum rate that if you choose to adopt, you're going to force a rollback election. Okay? Just like the past, when the appraised values go up, the no new revenue rate goes down. When the appraised values go down, yeah, right, if ever, the effective tax rate goes up. If you get lucky and you have a flat appraised value, you'll have a flat no new revenue rate. Okay? All right, so what's driving an almost 7% increase in the taxes for our citizens? Well, this is what happened in 2021. The city council voted to approve tax freezes for citizens that were 65 years or older. At that time, to qualify for that exemption, you had to file for it. We did it in 2021. It impacted the 2022 tax year, and people started filing. In 2023, there were 37 people who actually filed for the exemption. Not a big hit, but due to HB 4077 that it was enacted January 1st of this year, it became mandatory for the taxing entity to automatically enroll everyone that qualified. Now there are 463 people who qualify, and that's what's driving the increase in the M&O and the INS rate. So we got a bill to pay. And no one could have foreseen this, like many legislative actions that take place. This is where we are. And so as such, we are proposing a 61-cent tax rate. Questions?
Yes. So help me on the math here. So if we kept the tax rate exactly at where it is today, the 54 and change, whatever it is today, and we assume the higher valuations, how much additional tax would flow into us net of that 91 loss, if you want to, you can show it either way. What is that number? I want to make sure I'm looking at the right place.
I need to blow this up, but so at the voter approved rate, you have this
Uh-huh.
in your packets. You're going to bring in $264,000. If you keep the taxes, the no new revenue rate, you'll lose 14,000. Okay?
Because of the 91.
Because of the
Pick the 91 out, then you would be
And the
making
values, right.
80 something or whatever that number.
correct.
Okay. So in your budget for property taxes, what number are you using? The 61?
I'm using 61.
Okay.
Because here's the thing, you have to identify the strategy we've always taken, identify the maximum rate without forcing a rollback election, and then decide what makes sense for the budget. If you send something out, we're going to adopt the no new revenue rate, and something changes, you can't go back and increase it once the notice has been set. So the good news is, just because you're saying the proposed rate is 61 doesn't mean it's going to end up at 61. It could be something lower. That's y'all's decision.
Yeah, that's my point though, is that we can pick the rate we want, from 54 to 61. We wouldn't want to lower the rate. We don't want to give that rate up from where it is today, but we could pick something less than the 61.
You could, but realize you have a bill to pay.
I understand. That's,
and
but
next-
we have 1,000,001 in unallocated, tax note that we could
You could
bring
offset.
forward, and we could reduce our spend and not have to have that money.
Here's the point though, of this, if there's a set bill you have to pay, and appraisal values are going to continue to go up. So whatever you don't pay this year is going to be added on to what you're going to owe next year for the new 65 and
But
older.
we're also going to get more taxes because of the tax value. There's a lot more taxable property than there is exempt property. So if it
That's true.
goes up, we're going to benefit to the net.
Okay.
By a large shot.
Again, that'll be y'all's decision to make once you look at all the budget.
How many households do we have that are paying property tax right now?
You have that. It should be.
I was going through it this afternoon. I couldn't find it, but I got blurry eyed. Where I'm going with this is it's hard to grasp and explain when we're looking at a, what I said. So at the 61 cents, we're proposing a 13% increase with 2,800 people paying that. But I'm reading here that we've got 400 of those people just got a $250 a year reduction. So
Into the
where I'm going for is what's the average, what's the impact on the average household here in terms of property?
$297 a year. If you do a 61 cent, $300 right there at this rate.
And that includes the 400 people who
It
got a
includes everybody.
$250
Well,
reduction.
the 400 people aren't paying it. That's all us youngsters got to.
Yeah, yeah.
Bill.
But to be clear, they're
Uh,
paying taxes. They're just not paying the full amount because they get an exemption for a portion. They are paying taxes.
Yeah, because their taxes are frozen.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
they are paying
It's
taxes.
just that the number that's going to stand out is the 61 cents is a 13%.
It is.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly, that and the fact that, I know it doesn't seem like a lot of money, but when you look at it, and I spent some time doing this last year, when you go across and you look at where the AMI is, the median income in this community, and you look at and consider the increases in fees and all the other things, $20 here and 15 here and 30 here and 10 here, it makes a difference. And I didn't realize that until a year and a half ago. And I've talked about this before. And so when you hear me speak, my speech is going to be really short, which is I really want to be super, super sensitive to how much everybody pays. And just because a lot of us are fortunate enough to not, have to scrimp over 15 or 20 bucks, there's a lot of people that do. So anyway, that's the point I was making, is it doesn't seem like a lot, but it's a little bit of a lot of things that can make it a lot.
Average home value also increased significantly. Well, 20,000, 236 to $257,000. Nothing ever goes the other way. Yeah. But anyway, okay. Let's talk about the airport operations. We kind of touched upon this. We typically, again, buy the fuel, the purchase of the fuel concession We've been trying to do that for 10 years and the guy finally decided to retire. We had the opportunity. We used, I believe, tax note to purchase the fuel concession. And that allowed us to charge, it's the Walmart model, you know, drop your prices low, they'll come. And they have. We have 56 takeoffs and landings a day. 100 average, 100 gallons of fuel is purchased a day. Our average gallons that we sell is between 32 and 3,500 gallons a month. Okay. So that's driving the large increase in the expense side. We've already talked about that, but are right now targeting a 20 cent profit. I've asked Sandy to raise that to 30, if not 40, to cover our cost and make a little more profit than we're making. But there's the intangible here is you got pilots coming here, grabbing a car and coming to eat. So you have, there's a law of diminishing returns. If you raise it too much, they don't come and you don't get the other benefit. So we're going to target 30 cents for a while. And of course, that's based upon what the gas prices are now. You know, we got this batch of gas for $4.35 a gallon. It's been as high as $4.65 since we took the fuel concession. So it's a moving target, but this is our best estimate as to how much it's going to cost us going forward.
Is there, you may be trying to do it, but first of all, it's a feather in your cap and everyone's cap for doing this, because as I continue to harp on the need for revenue, this was an investment that is increasing revenue. This is economic development.
Yes, sir.
And the people who are coming in to get the gas are going into town and they're spending money. And I don't know if there's any way that we can try and quantify that, but that is an economic development success story. And it's part of what we have to sell when we put together the.
It's our own little small utility company.
Yeah.
I've talked to Sandy, almost at least once to twice a week, and he's telling me that there's anywhere from 5 to 12 people coming in to eat and spend money in town almost every day. So Pockets is loving it.
Well, we also need hanger burgers and more put out there.
I was thinking
Yeah.
of the
We need
Beacon restaurant.
a little burger stop out there and decorate it with airplane stuff. And how cool would that be? Seriously, have you been to Brenham? They have the coolest little airport restaurant.
Dude,
Yeah, milkshakes, burgers and fries. There you go.
Is the chamber
Pilots
recruiting a
don't eat
business to come
healthy.
out there?
Yeah.
Is the chamber recruiting a business to locate out there? Maybe.
It's the $150 burger is what the pilots call it. That's what it costs you to fuel up and get here. All right, let's talk a little bit about the hangar purchase. We've talked about that. 360. I've got 3 hangars that I can, if I can successfully complete the purchase. There's a lot of paperwork because it's TxDOT Aviation or just tech, it's government in general. If you give you the 90-10, you got to earn it. But once we earn it, that gives us 3 hangars that I can rent for $775 each. Bring in $2,250 a month revenue, times 12, that's $27,000. The ROI on this investment is 15 months and then 27,000 thereafter. So it's an opportunity for us but we are going to have to move some things around. And we'll talk about that on.
So real quick, you said it's 15 months at 775 a month?
775 times 3 times 12.
Okay.
So
That's the annual number?
that's the annual number of profit. So if you take out the match, which is now $36,000 at a 90-10 split, it's about 17 months because
So I may not be hearing the numbers right. So if you did 775 times 3 times 12 times 15, which is the 15-year payback you're talking about, that's $400-something thousand, and our match. is
no,
10%?
I go the other way. Let's take the cost first.
Okay.
So we owe
What are we paying for that?
$36,000 to purchase the hangars. That's a 10%.
Oh.
The hangars are $360,000, 90-10. We would need to come up with $36,000. So you take the $36,000, that's the number you're trying to
Yeah.
boil down.
You divide that by 26. I mean, it's a really, really quick payback.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not anywhere in the years. It's like less than a year.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure everybody understands how good a deal that is. That is a really good deal.
Well, it is 15 months. So we'll get there. 15 months. Yeah. No, 15 months. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, again, it's not budget neutral, it's budget positive. So, good catch. Exactly. Okay, the other factor driving budget issues this year is the Smithville Workforce Training Center. So if you recall, we got a $1 million grant to build a innovation center. We got that back in June 2023. We have a 10% match that's being funded by the 2022 tax note. Back when the design was done, of course, you know, construction cost, inflation, yada, yada, yada. The building that they thought they could do for $1 million, they can't. So of that million, there's monies for engineering, architecture, grant administration, so forth and so on. Basically, there's 890,000 allocated for construction, okay? Knowing that, the base bid, you know, we did an RFP for construction bids. 4 companies provided sealed bids, and the lowest bidder, which happens to be Hodges Construction Services, came in at $1.1 million, all right, for the 3,300 square foot facility. You can't put water on other people, so you have to add detention, which at this point, it was cheaper to put an underground storage system than to put a well or a pond. So those two things are a must. Given the value of future dollars and construction cost increases, it is my opinion that we should go for the most bang for the buck. Go ahead and try to get the 4,000 square foot facility with the paving now, because if you wait 2 to 3 years and add on to that building, your costs are going to be 2 to 3x the $132,000 that it would cost to do it now. So that's going to be my recommendation, but how do you pay for it? We have to leverage alternate funding sources to try to acquire that funding to get the facility built. Now, the interesting thing here, the bid is good for 30 to 45 days. Then it goes away. I can tell you based upon what the other people bid at 1.4, ranging from 1.2 to 1.4 million, 1.25. This is a good deal for us. The decision you have to make is one, do you go ahead and do we award the contract and at the same time try to find additional funding sources? I can tell you, happy to report, Jill's not here. We've reached back out to TDA CDBG. At the last council meeting, we had this presentation, or one before, from the head of CDBG. We kind of volunteered to help them run a program. That relationship, partnership, the same woman's in charge of this grant. And so she said, well, hold on now. This is a pilot program. I feel comfortable we could ask for additional $250,000 to help you cover the cost. So my initial 447 could possibly go down by 250,000, which is goodness, leaving only another 200,000 to pull off from the tax note, from a loan, from some other funding source. But it's a decision we're going to have to make in the next 30 to 45 days while the bid is still valid. That's where we are. Comments?
This is a 2024 budget issue, though. That's not a 2025. It's not a next year's budget. This is a potential solve for this year's budget.
It could if you use it, the tax note, but if you don't, this
The
goes.
1.1 million we've got available so far.
Yeah, I'm trying to find another source. I want to keep gaining interest on the tax note, for sure. But the largest decision we have to make in the next 30 to 45 days is, do you award the contract? And understand there's 890,000 available to pay the contractor, but you better have the extra 450 in 6 months. So if you use the tax note, it's no hit to the budget. If you take a loan out, it's a hit to the budget. If TDA doesn't come through, it's a hit to the budget.
So how are you showing it in the budget right now?
We're not. It's not there.
So there's nothing in there for that, not even the 200 or two.
Is there any grants that the workforce can help us to achieve this goal?
Not within 30 to 45 days.
Okay.
Now, car washes, bake sales, we're
Brownies.
going to find the money because I think it's an important asset investment for us to make in that facility because it is going to be ours.
Or they could pay rent.
Well, after 5 years, we have a MOA.
Uh,
I wanted it from the beginning.
All right.
so you think Jill would have a good perspective of getting a little help from the original grant source?
Yes.
And then we would have to add hopefully around 200,000. But I think it's a great,
Yeah, so if we got stuck for the whole thing, which I think we need to at least
Oh, okay, yeah.
450. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't think we will, but we need to assume that because we don't have anything else lined up. If we got stuck with it, could we take it all out of the tax note?
You could.
Okay, and where would you take it? What white things would you take off the board?
Well, one of the things that we, sorry, Tyrone and
Tyrone
18.
said he used his own truck.
Okay, so we allocated $275,000 for a fire engine. A fire engine costs about $1 million, 750 to $1 million. There have been no funds raised for that. And so my proposal would be to reallocate that to this and continue to find grant funding to replace that promise to the fire department. Now, having said that, when we go over their yellow sheets, they're getting a dedicated funding source at $5 per utility customer. So typically their budgets were running 85,000. Their budget now is 145,000. So you have one of two options. You can continue looking for grant funding. You can create a CIP fund where any residual that they don't spend goes in and it grows over time. So we have options there. But to your point, Tom, yes, the entire 450,000 could come out of the tax note. So if we get to that point and we had to pull the trigger, well, then that's the source. I also met with First National Bank this morning about a 1-year, $200,000 loan. So
How far along are we on the enterprise resource planning, that 200,000?
haven't spent a dime.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Signed the contract, haven't spent a dime. Okay, so I'll reiterate, between now and before the next council meeting, we may have to add this to a workshop as an agenda item to accept the Hodges bid and then find the money. It'll take him 45 days to do contract book work. So if you say yes, he gets the contract, they do the contract books, have a pre-construction meeting, they start in 45 days. The term, how long is it going to take him to build, is 150 days. All right, so you got 7 months. Pending weather delays, street closures, stop signs, and mosquitoes.
Robert, do you know who, you had 4 bids on this, right? Who are the other 3? Can you say? Can you remember? Were they all local? Were they regional?
I have the bid tab sheet in my office.
Who managed the bid process for us?
I will, I'm sorry, what?
Who managed the bid?
Cutright, and Prihoda.
Okay, yeah.
Cutright and Prihoda. Yeah, I'll get that to you at break. Yeah, one of them basically was 1.475 million. Okay. Again, one last time, we have to make a decision before the next council meeting. This will probably be an action at either next week's budget meeting or the September 4th. No, September 4th is too late, isn't it? Yep, has to be before the 31st. So this will be on next week's agenda. In the meantime, we will continue to leverage the partnership that we have with TDA, CDBG, and eyeball where this could fall. Yeah, okay, good. If you want, it's break time. If you don't, like 5 minutes. Can we do that? And then we'll be into the mayor council's presentations about what projects, plans, and priorities. It says 10, but please do 5.
Okay, everybody, let's return to our seats. Get back over. Ooh, I got on my mic. While we're waiting for everybody to get back to their seats, Caroline Noya is wanting to know if anybody has any ghost stories. She would entertain, well, not you at this moment. She's gonna have a special event for the ghosts that live in our town, so contact Caroline. Oh, or have your ghosts. The ones that are rattling in your closet at home.
This community service announcement brought to you by.
Yeah. Have your ghost
Okay.
call her ghost. Okay, here we go. We're
Um,
back.
Again, as I
ready?
mentioned, this is a new segment of the budget workshop. And give the council and mayor the opportunity to share their thoughts, views about projects, plans, and priorities. First up is the mayor.
Hello, everyone. I'm for proposed projects, plans, and priorities. I definitely want to give our employees a raise. I think this last year we've had the least turnover in employees than we've ever had. So I'm very much in favor of giving our employees a raise. I think they do a great job. A lot of people have come talking about opening Ramona Street. I know it takes a lot to reopen this closed street, but maybe one day we will reach the point of reopening, but I know it's a big cost to do that. Cleaning up the city brush dump, it is full again. I don't know any way around it. People discard their brush up there. It's where the city takes their limbs and stuff they pick up on the street. So it is full and we're gonna have to get in front of it before there's no other way to put anything else in there. It's full. I've been approached by different people about removing dead trees from the cemeteries. It's quite a cost to remove the dead trees from the cemetery. I was contacted about the fence at the cemetery needs to be repainted. These are all things that the city are big costs to the city and hard to achieve. We definitely are working on the building inspector. I'm gonna get a shirt that says, "I'm glad Jack is back," because I'm gonna wear it to the next meeting, I think. But we need to work on the building inspector. It's part of the economic development we have in this town. And so I'm glad that Jack is back and helping us with the building inspector part of this. I think we need additional personnel for our parks and recreation. They cover a lot of ground in this town. We have a lot of parks, the cemeteries. So hopefully we can add additional personnel to parks and recreation. I'm all about kids putting their phones down and getting outside. I appreciate the retopping of the basketball courts. I see a lot of kids over there playing. We have some nice playgrounds, but I would like to improve the playgrounds we have around town. Railroad Park is one that gets a lot of attention, but it has really diminished over the years. So we need to hopefully get it a facelift in the near future. Improve the concession and restrooms at MLK and Kahlberg. I never say that was right. But as you know, our concession stand and restrooms at our Little League they're terrible. And I know the city manager and Jill are working on getting us some money there to redo the concession stands and the restrooms there that they can host tournaments and things to bring people to town. That helps with our tax dollars there, our sales tax, that is. Improve the youth rodeo. That we have a lot of people that are into the youth rodeo and that we need to help them improve the facilities out there and the ball field at Riverbend Park to get kids outside. And I would like to see a new splash pad. I think the one at the Veterans Park, it gets used.
Okay, the ghosts are on. The ghosts. Yeah, we even had the company out here to try to fix.
Is this the same company that put them in the first time?
Add to the wish list, new microphones. And I would like to see a splash pad for kids. I know we have talked about maybe people want a pool and different things, but maybe we can entertain or figure out how we could maybe make a bigger splash pad for kids to enjoy during the summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Proposing projects and planning and priorities. Well, I'd like to thank Edward for a little bit because um trimming them trees, especially on MLK, you know. You know, we had a lot of low hanging limbs on the south side of town. I know we talk about pushing all power lines underground, but I have noticed that many of the alleys around town is difficult to dry down. You know, this is especially dangerous when fire break out because some of the fire trucks, you know, we usually go down the alleys. You know, we don't usually go in the street. Some of them we got to go in the alley. So that's one of the things I would like to thank Everett for. Then I'd like to evaluate a grant opportunity to build a boat ramp down at Riverbend Park. This could be like used for rescue. Cause I don't know if you know, down on by the river down here, you know, you got rocks down there, and if the river is low, then we can't get our boat down there. So I figure if we can get one at the Riverbend Park, you know, then we can get in there easy. So.
Tyrone, can I ask you something about the branches in the alley? Is that the city's responsibility or the residents to keep the limbs?
Thank you,
But
the city, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they're doing a good job, and they clean, I see them clearing over the line, so they're doing a good job doing that.
I mean,
I'm just talking
trees
about the ones that's
that
hanging
are
over the
growing
alley.
out of our backyards
Yes.
into the alley.
Yeah.
They're really a problem in our alley. They're towards the end by the school building. I just was curious.
I do mine because of my building in the back, but a lot of people don't. And to clear the electric lines and to make sure that there's access, because for a while there, every time a winter storm would hit, it would be everybody down all the time. So yeah, it's.
Yeah.
We have,
Just one more comment. And this, I had someone out recently because my lights were blinking. Jimmy and he lives behind me, and both our lights were blinking, and it was, those wild grapes were growing up the pole and coming over into the trees, and it's just a huge mess. So, the city came out and cleared that off my lines. Now my neighbor still has a problem and they haven't called, but
well, after the arcing and sparking, did you have raisins?
do what?
Nothing.
Oh, yes.
To that point,
Tons of grapes.
$35,000. Thanks for catching that finally. $35,000.
I didn't stomp them or make any
We
wine.
put in the
no.
budget for tree trimming, an alley specifically for any trees that are, or limbs that are in the lines. What's that company? The McCoy? Yeah, McCoy's, yeah. So, you know, we could look at increasing that, but some of these trees are way into the residence property, but they hang into our airspace. So we have to take care of it.
Then another one, I like to evaluate and identify grants for a construction of a city pool. I know Tom talked about it, but you know, eventually, you know, I'm all about kids. I like to have them kids have something to do. City pool somewhere, either side, buy a piece of property from Elwood or something, and get us a city pool. Then also, you know, I know Robert talked about it. You know, it's a lot of streets that need to be repaved, but I understand, you know, about money situation and everything. And installing sidewalks on MLK. I was stopped one day and somebody asked me, could we put sidewalks down MLK? You know, and we like to walk down MLK. So I said, okay. All right, then another one, I appreciate the courts and everything, but I like to see a pavilion put over the courts, you know. This type, like right now, 105 degrees. I seen somebody out there playing basketball the other day, you know? So some pavilion would be nice and some seating would be okay and or stands. And resealing side streets on MLK. Resealing the side street off of MLKs or other streets on the north side of town would be nice too. Reaching out to developers and building a business owner to open a game room in town. A game room be nice for kids, you know? I mean, I don't know how many years that was. They had one downtown where the donut shop was. But yeah, that'd be nice for kids. So that's all I got for this tonight.
Okay, you ready? Mine can be summed up pretty simply. The three guiding principles that I'm holding to this budget cycle is, one is an intense focus on revenues. Two, prioritizing the spend using a stack rank based on priority. And then last and probably most important, which is what's driving everything, is citizens not paying any more money this year than what they paid last year. And that includes property taxes, utility bills, everything.
One thing that I would like to do this year is make sure that we have a 3% COLA for the employees. We need to evaluate opportunities to reduce our rates. And I really believe because we're able to reallocate the tax note as necessary, I don't think we will need a new tax note to stabilize tax rate. I think we're going to be just fine how it sits. Reevaluate contributions to nonprofit organizations. I know that we don't give them very much, but we need to decide how that's going to fit in our structure this year. And we'll consider reducing the recycling permit fees at the end of the year after we find out how much money we made, how it fits in. If we made more than and took in more than what it takes to operate it, we can lower it and bring it down to a break even. It doesn't need to be a moneymaker, I don't think. I think it needs to be there for the citizens so that they have a place to go. Got a real nice note from a man that comes here from Elgin. He came in and got a permit and he left me a note. Very nice man. Said this is one of the best recycling centers in the area and he likes to come here and he doesn't mind paying for it. We need to hire a building inspector straight out. The third party over the phone inspections was not working. They were not getting back to us about doing plans and everything on time. It's very important that we keep a building inspector in-house and get somebody that can do the job, look at the plans, and do everything that's necessary.
Most of the things that I wanted to say at this point have already been brought out. My list was pretty short. It's all about revenue. A lot of the things that are being put forward here, unfortunately, we don't have the funds to pay for it. And I want us to invest in economic development so that we can address the revenue side of the budget equation. And so I'm really wanting to find ways for us to actually create and fully fund an economic development department.
Yeah.
So I won't go into a whole lot of detail here because I do have a few, 4 different items here. But for the rec center, I have talked to Janice about this and I have some thoughts that I've, had for a while to increase the rec center revenue through possible wellness initiatives, through various foundations. There are quite a few foundations that would contribute grant money. We've got that nice kitchen there. There could be classes for, eating well and diabetes. So I think the rec center provides
Test, no, it's.
this is what you were going through Monday night, Tom. It doesn't-
Test. You want to try this one?
Thanks, Mitch, for the vote of confidence. Let me see if yours works. Wait, Mitch's works. Thank you. Oh, Jimmy's. Never mind. We're spreading them around. Again, just looking into and researching other opportunities for for the rec center to generate some additional revenue. Obviously, it's still very important to talk about downtown business initiatives. We are continuing to promote as a chamber, the chamber's facade improvement grant program, which is a 50-50 match from the city for up to $5,000 and each grant recipient for up to $1,000. I'm not going to name names, but I've got 20 businesses on a list that have picked up applications thus far. The deadline for applying is August 31st. And we will make that happen. I want to see that money spent because I told Robert he can't have it back. So we want to continue those kinds of initiatives. That might be on a small. I think it demonstrates that the city and the chamber
Hello.
This one, I think this one's on. Just talk really loud. One.
Test. Yeah, this one's working.
Test.
Turn 'em off and turn 'em back on.
Maybe so. Test. Oh, hey, there you go. Hello.
Test.
Test. Okay, that was.
test. Okay.
Test, no. Test, okay. We had somebody out here this morning. Oh, it's all fine. It's like taking your car to a mechanic. It just won't make that sound when it's looking. There's all that breathing going on. Okay, we'll be here about 6 hours. I'm not going to cover all this. A picture's worth 1,000 words, as I've told you before, so I'm going to go straight to the diagram, but there's a lot of stuff that goes on in addition to, keeping the lights on, the toilets flushing and the water running. And it's going to take my entire staff to do it. But a lot of exciting things coming down the pike. Not to go line item by line item, but let's just take a look at the infrastructure and development projects. The biggest infrastructure project we have going on is a GLO, the $13 million drainage improvement project. That's basically 4 projects in one. And there's some nice development things that have come about since we last met, and I'll just take you to the chart. So here's an overview of all of the infrastructure projects that we have going and where they're going. There are 4 major projects tied to the GLO 13 million. Okay. Two guys go into a bar and well, to that point, we are doing another contract to provide expanded server space and yeah. So are you going to reset and see? I'll just talk. My what? Oh. Well, that's not back up. Yeah, sorry out there, guys. Okay, so let's talk about some of the housing projects. I've been contacted by the Todd McCullough Group. They're revitalizing the enclave, making some design changes. They're getting those construction drawings, revisions to us. They're being reviewed by a third party. They intend to move pretty quick in the next 2 to 3 months to go ahead and pay for the infrastructure permit to start putting the infrastructure in that you've all seen from the past year. Part of his new project includes a 35-acre development right below what eventually will be the truck stop Sonic. It's a mixed-use development, and he's interested in annexation. So, and there is ability to serve wastewater as we're bringing it from. What? Good job. Okay. There we go. Don't be asking, where's the Ouija board? No, never done that, never will. Okay, there's the development I was speaking of, but it's actually on the next slide. I was going to talk about development projects, but for housing, the drainage, those are all the pink ones. There's 4 major projects. Of course, the biggest being the Northwest Northeast Second Drainage Improvement Project, which we're currently undertaking as we speak. Eventually, per Councilmember Washington's request, we need to find some monies to repave and put sidewalks on MLK. Okay. And hopefully the SH-95 expansion, now a 12-year project in progress. The let date for that is August 2025. It started out at a $3.2 million project. It's now $14.2 million. Our portion was about 1.7. Our portion is now 4.5 million, roughly, to relocate all the utilities that are along Highway 95. But that through actions with fellow legislators and constituents, the entire portion of that is being picked up by the state through a Senate bill that we actually lobbied for and got. So it was very specific to counties under 10,000 populations that have had 5 disasters in a certain period. So we'll be the only one that gets that credit.
We did talk about the 95 expansion in Cartpo and.
Try your microphone. Oh, don't.
We did talk about the 95 expansion in Cartpo, and it is in the front of the STIP to be let and move forward. Mine.
The ghost isn't over here yet.
How about now? Very good. Okay, the wastewater expansion, Willows and Gasly, we've talked about that. The report is pending, the final report from BEFCO and LAN. We'll get that to you and have them come out and do a final presentation to the council probably in October. We got a little too much to do in September, coming up with budget and taxes and so forth and such. So those are the infrastructure projects. Gotcha. All right, here are the annexation I was speaking of. It's right below the Sonic truck stop. They too are trying to find a contractor that's not trying to rob them, as he says. We have a 380 with him, and he will not be meeting his criteria for any compensation from the city, but he's still proceeding with the project. The owner of this facility is the same people who own Tiger Den and who just recently removed the underground storage tanks at what used to be the old Circle K. Nothing's going in there. They just removed the tanks. It's a lot more marketable without a contaminated site. So don't know what's coming in, don't know what he's going to do, but those tanks are gone now. Okay? Any questions about stuff? You know, basically 23 development projects working, you know, Frontier Bank, Anytime Fitness, working with all those folks. They come, you know, we touch each of that happening in town. My staff does. So no questions?
Robert, can you update us on the industrial,
Sorry, what?
the industrial park?
Yeah, Mr. Senat is still negotiating with, okay, the company, Craig Wallace's company, they're still working out some legal stuff, but he does intend to bring that manufacturing facility called BAMTech in a partnership with Spartan. They haven't moved any dirt yet, so it's still pending, as is Zoho. You know, a lot of people are just waiting for the economy to get better before they start spending money. So to that point, I just remembered that in the last 12 months, there have been 30 new housing permits pulled. So get more rooftops, more people, more opportunity, okay? Tractor Supply is still in the mix. RTA was looking at putting their data center there. That's still in the works. However, I think they may have an alternate, possibly using something downtown. Okay? Other questions? All right. We good? Keep going? Okay, now it's time for the yellow sheet review. From my staff, just a little brief refresher. There are 22 cost centers. There are 17 in the general fund and 5 in the utility fund. Understand that each department supervisor is responsible for their cost center, and that we manage by cost center, not line item. But we'll be talking about line items so you understand the cuts, the puts and takes that were made to develop this preliminary budget. So we're just going to go down, start with the general fund yellow sheets, and the people who are responsible for those departments will be presenting. And so first up will be there's a org chart. It does show open recs are those people that have left that are currently being replaced, and they are budgeted. You did fill one of those, Edward, already. So yeah, the electric laborer, I didn't feel like doing yet another final draft presentation. So I'm just talking to that now, but one of those yellow boxes goes away. And depending upon the direction from council, there may or may not be a building inspector or a maintenance person, but Edward will talk about that during his time. Bottom line, there are 87 total employees will be at the city should you take action by October 1st. All right. So first up is Jennifer. This.
So we're just doing this right now, not our yellow sheets. Are we doing both yellow sheets and projects?
No.
Okay.
So what I thought for process, we would get through the proposed plans and projects and then focus on the yellow sheets after the next break, because that's where the rubber meets the road, is on the yellow sheet. But let them get through each of their presentations as to their needs, wants, and we can take it from there. Sound good?
So for my department, I'm me and Robert are over 610 and 100, and then I also am 175, which is the code enforcement and building official. So I do plan to finish the personnel and policy manual before the end of this year, not this calendar year, not fiscal year. And then the subdivision ordinance, we want to get back on that, trying to get that updated. Jason has been working on that for about a year, maybe a year and a half now. So we've got through the short-term rental ordinance. We're going to implement that in September. So hopefully we can jump back on the subdivision ordinance. The boards and commissions, that's coming back up in September as well. We'll get that one finished and finalized. We're upgrades to City Hall are the addition to the door in the hallway, glass at the counter, and then the panic buttons. Panic buttons are for if there's an emergency, if there's an active shooter, if there's something going on that we can push a button and it'll dispatch the PD for us. This is for the courts security as well. So we definitely would like those. We used to have them, but then they got terminated somehow, and I think all the departments had them. So this is just trying to get them back. I would like to add headcount, building inspector / official. And then if we could, I would love to have some help up front. We're getting really slammed with building permits and just everything, court. If I could get another person up there to help with court and general and, utilities, all of the ladies are pretty much cross-trained up front. So any kind of help that would be great, but I did not put that in this budget, just so you know. The building inspector is considered, but just know that that's probably going to be coming as we grow. We need more staff. And that's all I have.
Jennifer, when is the new, the accounting system we voted on? When was that, 2 months ago or in June? Remind me of the time frame again for,
We just signed, we're just working out the contract. I believe we've either signed it or we're really close to getting it signed. And you're talking about the software. So, but that is going to be a year out. We start now, but it's going to take 12 months to implement. So we won't be running on that system until, a year from now. But we have to start the process now because our system is going to be obsolete or
the transition will take a while.
yes, that's what it is. The transition takes quite a while.
Thank you.
That's the ERP system.
Yes.
Any other questions for Jennifer? Move on to Cynthia. Thank you.
Okay, my top projects don't usually change very much from year to year. As always, balancing the budget, doing the budget every year, and doing the annual audit is always top priority for us. And speaking of the ERP, that is one of the things that we will be looking at because it will take a lot of conversion on all our parts, converting all of that. It will take up to a year. The last time it was about a year to get it all done. Just a process that's going to take a lot of extra time and effort to do on everybody here. So us keeping up with our normal day-to-day and then adding this on top is going to take a lot of extra work, but we'll get it done. And we also work on open enrollment every year, currently working on that. That's going to occur in a couple of weeks. Here, our annual enrollment for all of the employees. We have to do that every year. And then I will continue cross-training and like Jennifer said, more headcount, just so we have the ability to train and help everybody out. So we're not having to stay late and get everything done. But that's it for mine.
Cynthia, remind me on the ERP, what cost savings is it going to create and/or does it allow for any consolidation or reduction in headcount in the department?
There's no reduction in headcount. I mean, you're still going to need the same amount of people to run it. It's just a better software to get all departments connected. The one we're currently at, they have told me that the payroll was going to go away. they won't support the payroll if we were to ever leave. So we were going to have to go and outsource a payroll. The new one that we're going to will be able to do the payroll and everything, and we can keep it with one company versus having to, outsource to multiple places. And that,
Credit card fees, about $40,000 in credit card fees, I believe is what.
yeah,
The savings
they
would
have
be?
a credit card processor. Like I said, going to the new one allows us to keep everything interconnected with one company versus like we were years ago, having multiple, we had one for utility, we had somebody for general. We were having to manually key in everything. With these new systems, it can, get uploaded, and it saves time on our part to allow us to do other stuff.
So you could quantify a possible savings of $40,000 of eliminated credit card fees?
Yeah. Yeah, because if we outsource all that.
Is that a line item in the budget somewhere?
Well, not in this year's budget because we're still on the old one. It won't be till next year's budget. When we're doing next year's budget, we hope to be able to have that one in, and then those credit card costs will go away.
Okay. And I'm just asking the questions because when we get down to, as Robert said, the rubber meets the road, we've got to start making some prioritized decisions and find funding sources for the stuff that we've got. That's why I'm trying to dig down on that. Thank you.
Also, if we'd outsource the payroll, it was going to be way more expensive to have the payroll outsourced. I remember that from the meeting. That was the deciding decision, really, to keep it all in-house.
Yeah.
Well, Judy, you just have to talk to it because the order got kind of messed up. David was supposed to be, but you go ahead. My bad.
I don't know if everybody has it online or you have it in your packets, so you don't have to look up at the screen, but my projects don't change very much year to year. One of the most important things that we have to do is to maintain accreditation, because that's the way we get state library services, Institute for Museum and Library Services, federal grants and things like that. And that takes up a lot of the library time in terms of submitting the reports, the numbers and things like that. But those are also the numbers that help us tell our story. I would like to sustain the Libraries for Health program. We have about another year of funding. And so if I can fund it beyond that, our peer support specialist is seeing upwards of 55 people a month and helping them with access to employment availability, recovery programs, things like that, that they wouldn't be able to do on their own. So that's a very important service that we're able to offer. And that currently is funded through the St. David's Foundation, but we would like to see how we can keep it going. And that will also lead to continued development in community partnerships. We're working with the Rural Whole Health Coalition right now. We also work a lot with the school, and we partner with the Smithfield Community Gardens, where we have a lot of our library programs that are going on. With the library programs at the Smithfield Community Gardens, we're seeing 300 to 400 people a month that are attending those workshops. And this is where I get to tell a story, because I always like to tell stories. It wouldn't be a library if I didn't. But I am going to call this person Tim. He lives near the Community Gardens building over at the corner of Southwest 2nd and Lee Street. And he had been ill. It was long COVID. He had been isolated in his house. He couldn't make it to the end of his driveway. And he started to see activity over at the Gardens house. So he ventured over there and he sat and watched, and he noticed that they needed their scissors sharpened. And wow, I have the skill, I have the tools. So he brought those to the Community Garden studio. And now not only were the ones in-house sharpened, but people were bringing their own knives from home and trying to get those sharpened. He was sharpening garden tools. And it was a way that he saw something that was needed. He had what he could bring, and it changed his life, because then he was noticing that the kids that are coming there after school are kind of hungry. So now he bakes homemade bread and brings it over on a weekly basis for those kids to share. And then he coordinated with a few other visitors, and he visits the farmer's market a few times a month. And he stopped me at the farmer's market and he said, you know, it's really amazing how much this community offers its people. And it has saved my life, and it's going to save a lot of other people. So thank you to all the people who have contributed to that on behalf of this person. So another thing we want to do is to improve the library facilities. We're working with the landscaper, hoping to get some of the bushes and trees trimmed so that they're not hazardous, and maybe they'll get them out of the power lines as well. They don't land on the roof. And always looking for a location for a new library, and then we can start that capital campaign to raise funds for the new library. If the city is growing, it's a good time for the library to grow as well.
And I'm continuing. Okay, my turn. Testing.
Test. Here.
Testing. Okay, I'm always continuing with organizational development and planning. And I am finding, whenever I can, training opportunities for the staff that are free, that are offered by the state library system, offered by federal programs like the Association for Rural and Small Libraries. And that's one of the ways that I'm able to save some money. With staffing, we have been short-staffed quite a bit, especially in the last few months. I've had one full-time employee on FMLA. I've had another part-time employee. No? Yeah, okay. That has had a few
Test.
And so to remedy that situation, a couple of our part-time employees have been working almost full-time. And one of those part-time employees is about to go to college. So we're going to lose that one.
Yes.
Instead of adding another part-time, I would like to raise the part-time to a full-time. And that is already reflected in the organizational chart that Robert showed. That will cost us a little more than to have two part-time, because we're going to get them benefits, we're going to get them paid a full-time wage. And so that is one of the asks that will be reflected in the yellow sheets. But I've tried to find ways to save money in other areas to help defray some of that cost. And then the last thing, I have statistics that Robert has shared, and I can share them here. But one of the fun things that I found, all of our services are going up. Our circulation, the number of patrons coming through the door, the programming attendance. But when I look at how much people are saving in their pockets on every time they borrow a book from the library or a movie from the library instead of buying it, our citizens are saving over $500,000 a year in their pockets. That's over $40,000 a month. And so if they're saving it, hopefully they're using it to shop local, and hopefully it's a return back into the community. Any questions?
Thank you, Judy.
About how many people do you have at the library a day? I don't think you said that. I think you left that off.
I did leave it off. It is on my monthly reports, but we are nearing 100 people a day. Yesterday it was 121, and we felt it. But it continues to grow since COVID. We're almost to our pre-COVID. Yes,
Would you share that data with us?
absolutely.
I'd
So-
be interested in seeing how many people come through a day, and to the extent you can track it, whether they're local citizens of Smithville or whether they're outside the area. Because obviously that calculation for saving money, I mean, somebody had to pay for those books.
Right.
And it, it could have come from grants,
And,
but
and some of the money, there's pretty much a balance between what comes from the city, what comes from the county, and what comes from trust funds that we use to buy books. So it is balanced.
love to
So,
see how many people come through there because I know it's a whole lot more than you would intuitively think.
yes, so.
Judy, before you go, and I'm sorry, just one more thing, and it was Councilman Jenkins had brought something up to me in a conversation sometime recently. How many students do you have coming in that come in for internet access to study and or?
It's not as many students, but we are seeing an increase in the after-school visitors. And even in the summer, the school age students were coming in at after-school time, so they'll stick to that, I'm sure. We are seeing, I have it a monthly, we are seeing a large number of computer users, but they're not all students. And just looking at I have it on this computer list. No, I didn't include the computer list. But I do have the statistics that say how many computer users we have and how many minutes they're using the computers at the library.
I'd love to
So,
see that.
okay.
Hello. So the top 3 to 5 projects that I would like to focus on this year is accreditation through TPCA. We are starting that, but it's a lengthy process. And eventually I believe it'll become mandatory by the state, according to what I'm hearing in law enforcement circles. So it's a good thing. The report management system update. There's just a few modules that I think I want to add to include mobile ticket writers to work more fluid with the courts. Right now, we still kind of handwrite stuff like we have forever. And it's just, I think that updating that report management system with those modules will benefit us, the city as a whole, to help, and then the courts, and help the officers get that process done faster and things of that nature. Evidence room relocation and update. It's probably the biggest weakest link in most law enforcement agencies is the evidence room, just by the volume of stuff we take in, from evidence to lost wallets to the stuff just seems to sit and get stagnant. And so it becomes neglected over time, I think, not intentionally, but just by sheer volume of it. So I want to bring a company in that specializes in assessing what's in there, what can be purged, what can be destroyed. And it was done before I got here at one point. So I think I want to get that same company to come in and do that, just to get it up to speed. And then complete y'all's favorite, to finish and complete the citywide stop sign evaluation that I was assigned to do. It wasn't my deal, but I'm doing it. That's what I'm supposed to do. And but I think that one of the weaknesses that I've indicated in the process of me doing that was citizen involvement input from the areas that are going to be affected. So I'm trying to come up with an innovative way. I have a couple of people that want me to call them when their area comes up, because as y'all know, y'all passed the ordinances. I've been working in different areas to get around the city so that it wasn't all done at one time, and Edward didn't have 5 billion stop signs to put up, all at one time. So the cost issue with that as well. So I'm going to do that, try to maybe hold some town halls with the PD to when these areas come up that I'm going to do. The next one will be, that I think I'll do is, probably from Short to the east, over to Tiger Den, and then I'll migrate down to Bunty Town and that south part of town, and eventually wind up on the hill, in a clockwise fashion, having started over here first. So get some citizen input on that, y'all's input as always, the citizens talk to you all guys too. So, and if there's anything that y'all want me to do, in regards to that, or people have talked to y'all, I know that Mitch has reached out to me on a couple of signs, or at least one, that I think is appropriate, but that the time will come.
I've
when
got
that
some
section
new
comes.
ones.
Yeah, right.
No,
So-
seriously, Chief, and this is a question that may be in what you're doing, but is there an opportunity to go back and reassess what's been done so far? Maybe we might have made a mistake or need to make an adjustment in some
Well,
of the places.
that's y'all's discretion. I mean, I will revisit whatever you want to revisit. I know there was some discussion about the one on Turney. I've been approached by at least one person that spoke up in council that was pretty vocal and hit me up at a funeral, and he doesn't like the one attorney. But you know, I mean, I like the guy to death, but when he just talks about how his electric vehicle won't, he doesn't want his hybrid vehicle to shut off and back on. And so, you know, to me, the people that live around there like it there, they tell me. And so, you know, it's kind of a, you know, weighing. Actually, I'm working on a project right now to go. I'm going to present 2 questions to everybody on Short, MLK, and Colorado to see what they think. You know, it's one thing to drive through there, but the people that have to be out in them yards and their kids and their grandkids, I think they're the ones that probably have the biggest stake in an opinion on whether a stop sign should be on their street or not, whether they like it or not. But, you know, after the last council meeting where we all took it on the kind of chin of the one before, lady stopped me outside and said she loves it. She just didn't feel comfortable talking in front of you guys. So, you know, and we got a deal online that echoed that, some type of message through the message board that indicated that. So, I think by far and large, most people like them. It's just, you know, some people, it just takes them some
The
adjusting.
majority of the feedback I've gotten is in favor. There just are a few places that people have said there's no logic behind this or that. And you know, in terms of a process to get that to you, we can do it informally or.
Yeah, just let me know. I mean, you know, all I did was make recommendations, you know, I mean, you know, and some of y'all that rode around with me, we did change some things on the fly because I'm just, you know, I'm no expert in the matter. I mean, I know where the complaints come in. I know where, you know, where we pull people over and stuff like that. And to me, it's just, a lot of it's common sense. You know, I mean, you shouldn't come off Colorado and stop 1 block away from the highway and it'd be wide open for a mile. You know, I mean, give it some time, break it up in some spaces. And I think there's a common misconception that it's done for speed. You know, I really want to state for the record that it's a public safety issue for the residents in these residential neighborhoods. The reduction in speed is a residual effect. It's not the motivating factor. And I think that's been communicated, maybe partly on my part, that that's the case. But to me, it's a public safety issue for the residents of the roads on where they're put. You know, I had a guy tell me, well, they don't even walk down MLK. Well, Councilmember Tyrone, there's people wanting sidewalks on MLK. So they obviously like to walk down there. They're telling him they like to walk down there. I mean, the day after a gentleman told me that they're inappropriate at MLK, we should not have put them there. Nobody walked on MLK. I drove down there an hour later and I saw 4 different people walking, a lady with the wagon. I mean, there are people that walk down them streets, you know, and so, you know, it's not a perfect science, but work with you guys, you know, ultimately y'all the ones that pick where they go. I mean, I can make some recommendations and I knew that those thoroughfares were going to be a major source of contention. So, because they were wide open for a long time and it's just the change.
Yeah, when, every Wednesday when the food bank is open, I'm really glad to see the stop signs because it used to be people parking on the side of the street and everything else, people walking to get food and everything else. It used to be a real hazard. So it's really nice to have the stop signs there.
Well, Mitch, I would love to have a sidebar conversation with you. If there's one or a handful that y'all think are inappropriate, y'all have the authority to change them. I mean, I'm not the one that places them, moves them, that y'all do that. I mean, I can just make recommendations and, you know, I'm sure people have their reasons and we might have a rebuttal. We might not. They might have a good idea and that's fine. I'm not opposed to changing things or, you know, amending or recommending to amend what y'all have already done, you know. So that's it. Thank y'all very much. Any other questions for me? No.
I didn't want to cut through. It's easier. Walk around. Hello, how are y'all? Hi. Okay, so, and a lot of mine are kind of the same every year too.
Will you please talk into the?
Can you
mic?
hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So a lot of mine are the same each year. We do, of course, I was appointed the judge in December, but I am still the court clerk as well. I handle a lot of the paperwork, and Tracia, she is training to be the court clerk, doing very well. She went to her week-long new clerks training seminar in July. Tracy helps as well. I mean, we all, you know, cover and help each other up front. But I can't really be at the window and talk because I can't, a lot of people come in that get a ticket and they want to just start telling you what happened and or the officer was this, or they did this wrong. And I can't hear that because if it was to go to trial, then, so that's where Tricia comes in and helps so we can get a plea in place. But so we will continue to cross-train personnel to assist with the clerk, the court clerk and all the paperwork. We clear out old cases for payment or dismissals after a certain amount of time. We do need to get the policy and procedures documented for the municipal court. Schedule and coordinate court appearances with the city prosecutor. He comes in once a month, the third Wednesday of each month, to meet with anyone that's pled not guilty, see if they can resolve it, not having to go to trial. And I will continue to serve as the judge. And each year we do have to go to a legislative update. Sometimes we can do it here online and attend that way, and that does save for the travel and stuff. And that's typically only a couple of days. And I would like to, now we do use, I don't know who the credit card company is that we use now, but Cynthia printed out for me today, to date, the actual amount that we have spent just in court, because of course we don't have as much as utility, is $1,372.73. I would like to implement, it will not cost the city anything. I would like for us to implement online payments for municipal court, because at this time we don't have it. You can call in and make a payment over the phone, of course, mail in, come in person. And if we go with the payment group, which that is used by Bastrop, I believe it's municipal and not municipal and county. That charge is put to the customer, the defendant. And they can actually do ACH payments, which is $1.99 per action or per transaction, excuse me. But if they do card, it's 3.5%. So it wouldn't cost us anything, and it would save that $1,372.73. They will supply us with 2 terminals. We only use one, but then we'd always have a backup, so if something were to go wrong. So I'd really like to do that. And then the other, execute online court options through the city website. Since we've got the new city website where we can take care, or I should say defendants can go online and request certain things that they don't have to call or come in. Because there's several different options when you do get a citation, well, depending on what you do receive. But we would like to do that and use our city website for court as well. And that'll help also because Tricia is assisting with the court clerk at the window, but she's also the general clerk. And she does a lot on that side as well. As Jennifer has said, they're busy up there with permits and everything. Doing a great job. We're all getting it done, but that's just my plan for this year, or our plan, I should say. It's a little bit, it's not a lot, and it'll help because ourselves, when we need to make a payment or do something, if we have to do it after hours, they'll be able to do that. Right now they can't. I mean, you can only call during the day or come in during the day. Of course you can mail it in, but I think that will help a lot because a lot of people, can I pay online? No, we're not set up for that yet, so I think that will definitely help.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
Next up is Ashley. Rec Center.
Like many other department heads said, mine doesn't change a whole bunch year to year. Continue maintenance on things throughout the building. Basketball goals are a big one. Weight equipment, just preventative services to make sure that we keep our equipment up as best as possible. Seeing what it would cost. Our scoreboards stopped working. I don't know, about 6 months ago. We've had the guys check. There's electricity. The scoreboards seem to work, so there's something in between that's not talking to the boards. That particular company, the boards are so old they don't repair what our current ones are. So hopefully it's a simple wire somewhere in between. Hopefully, infrastructure repair on the outside of the building. There's a section in our parking lot that is sinking. We think it's a water situation underneath. There's no quote for that because what's the concrete guy's name? Yeah, he said that there's no quote because they don't know what it is. So that one's just a big question mark up there. That we'll, I guess, figure out what we're supposed to do with as the time comes. Restriping probably is going to get taken off the list, just with the budget numbers. And then of course, picnic tables would just be nice. Traps conference is probably also getting taken off the table. So we'll just do some online training, free, low cost, no cost, that kind of thing. Easy enough for us to do on various websites. The facility report card was on my list last year. Just really never got around to it because it'll be a lot of moving parts. Still would like to get that implemented at some point. And then echoing what Kathy said, just increasing the rec center revenue. Doing like QR code, how are we doing kind of things, surveys going out to past renters, with the building campsites, programs, things like that. Of course, continuing working with Jill on any grant opportunities and then continuing partnerships. Right now, of course, we partner with the chamber during the Wing Fest and our fall festival, to make a really bigger town event, for everyone. And so more things like that would, be ideal when they come down the pike. That's it for me.
How many programs for the kids do y'all do each year? I mean, like your basketball leagues and things like that. How many programs?
Yeah, so we have our three main sports ones, dribblers, kickers, and volleyball, bumpers. Those also have a clinic that go with it. So 6 technically with that. And then our summer camp, elf camp, which this year we actually don't get to do because the way the calendar fall between them getting out of school and then where Christmas is at, we're not going to get to do it this year. And then a spring break camp. And then of course we just have our fun runs, throughout. And so I don't know if I have it on any of my things. It shows throughout each month what we have going. So it's January through December of exactly when all those events take place to show how many months each of those take up in the year.
Are you having an uptick in people using, joining and using the facility, or does that stay about stable?
Like as far as memberships?
Yeah,
or-
memberships.
Yeah, I think because right now we're about 140 active members, or, paid memberships. And so I think that stays fairly consistent. We do a beginning of the year membership drive. I mean, it's a pretty big savings to anyone that gets it. But it definitely kind of boosts the overall membership numbers throughout the year. And so that has seemed to help get those numbers, coming in versus just people coming in organically getting a membership.
Good. I'm glad to see that. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Any more questions?
Yeah, I do. Ashley, how much of the square footage of available space is used on a consistent basis? Like it's periodic depending on the type of, like the computer room and some of the other rooms and the kitchen. Is there a way to just get a better handle on how often those spaces are being used and how much square footage is available?
So I can tell you the rooms. I would have to go out and calculate if you want exact square footage. So the kitchen is actually being used a lot right now. We have CCA that does it in the mornings, Monday through Friday. And then Tough Cookie has actually been, they've been taking up pretty much every other available time. And then John, is in there as well. But yeah, Tough Cookie's in there like almost every day. I think Saturdays are the only days that we've really kind of kept off limits to them, but then we actually gave them a key and they come in whenever they want for their monthly rate. Of course, the senior room is with the Meals on Wheels. We actually have the Pregnancy Resource Center that's going to be using it now on Thursday, at like mid-afternoon. Our after-school program's kind of taking up a little bit of time in that one now. We've got our multi-purpose room that has 2 fitness classes in it currently. We've got a refit and a Zumba. Zumba is actually Monday through Thursday, and then refit is Monday and Thursday. Media room, we don't have a lot of standard ones in there because then it gets blocked off a lot for voting. And so we don't put things that are going to be in there a lot because we know that voting takes up a lot of it. We've had a lot of volleyball groups come in wanting to use our gym. I don't know where they've come from, but we have a lot that have been booking our gym. And then of course the front rooms with after school program.
And they each pay a fee to use the facility, correct?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
yeah. And how much are the memberships again? There's a family membership. It's,
Well, I mean, I can go through a lot of numbers, because there's different bracket, there's monthly, quarterly,
Yeah, you
yearly, and
don't
all
need
things.
to do
But
that.
our
I just-
general one is $20 for
20 bucks.
the
Okay.
standard person that would come in. We've got seniors, we've got youth and things like that, but for the most part, it's $20 a month.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Actually had a presentation that I didn't include because I didn't know timing. It was a complete overview of those programs and the revenue that each of them had brought in. Maybe we can do that at another time to update you. And just a process check, I just thought about this as each member of my staff is presenting, take a look at the yellow sheet to get ahead of the game to see if what, how what they're saying compares to the budget spend. Just an idea. But she can definitely forward you that presentation in the interim as an action, because it's a good one. Okay?
Okay, good evening, everybody. It's nice to see you. I'm sorry I wasn't here earlier. I had something with my son. I couldn't reschedule. Anyway, I apologize. So I've got, like pretty much everyone else, we kind of very consistent about what we do, just shuffling things around in the middle. So the economic development, I'll be looking at that economic development plan to update the plan and to include key performance indicators. We'll still be working, obviously, we're very thick in the thick of the comprehensive planning process. We've had 2 stakeholder meetings so far. We're going to be doing some forums for the public to come in so that we can get input from the public at this stage, feed that over to the stakeholders and to Langford, and then reconvene the folks who are interested in each one of those. So we'll break up the chapters basically. So if you're interested in economic development, or you're interested in land use, or you're interested in housing, or whatever the different parts of the comprehensive plan, we'll have that focus group kind of a focus on that thing. And then at the end, towards the end, then Langford will have a chapter, and we'll bring that back to that same group, and we'll make sure that that's come back to them in a form that that they agree with, or make more comments, or make sure that we have a plan that we have a lot of community buy-in for. So that's kind of getting in the weeds on that one, but that's kind of where we are with that. As always, working together with the other parts of the county and other cities in the region to be able to work on the developing priorities in relation to economic development, and doing planning, strategizing, working on all those kinds of things. We've also recently acquired a couple of online tools and resources. There's on the website, for example, we've got under the for your business, the business section, there's a new the community profile information, all of the data that links over to the census and to a number of other sources are on that, is on our website now, so that any potential site selector or anybody interested in our community, potential resident, they can go in and take a look at all that data. So that's already on the website. There's a couple other things that we're working on with that as well. Again, Workforce Training Center. Part of what we're doing with economic development, one of the main priorities in economic development is to make sure that our community is stable. And so doing things like providing the training so that people are able to continue to build their job capacity, that's something that is very important to any kind of economic development. And so that's part of what we're working to partner with them. Continue to work on grant activities around economic development and community development. We're looking for other opportunities for the community to learn more about what economic development is and how they can participate, how they can drive, how they can act in that, and then to create some more economic development packets for the investors and developers to look more at specific sites and to look at Smithville as a whole. So those are, it's a lot, working on a lot of those things. In the grants program, as always, I'll be working with all of the department heads, as Ashley mentioned. We just try to find things between I find something and send it to them and see if they want to go for it, or they find something and then we work together, or somebody from the community says, have you seen this? And then, so we just really try to make sure that we find as many opportunities as we can, and we go for the things that make sense. And then with the community outreach coordinator supervision, Jose's been doing a fantastic job. He's awesome. And so, we're just working together to make sure that his community outreach and engagement is really feeding into between the economic development efforts and our grant efforts, all that public participation, all that bringing all the people in to the city, making sure that everybody feels comfortable to come to talk with you. Somebody had mentioned something about somebody didn't feel comfortable to say something to the council. We don't want that. We want people to feel like this is their city. They should be able to feel like they can come up and talk to people and have their voices heard. So that's a lot of what he's doing, is to support that. So this is the continuing to expand his work, working more on the net weaving efforts and multi-channel communication, and then supporting these co-created projects. The arts programs that we have are a really dynamic example of that, and has really been fantastic. The Texas Commission on the Arts to bring in those grant funds to be able to do these programs where the community comes in. We'll have on the 24th, we're going to have a party over at Mary Nichols' house, for example, on this project where we've got a mosaic art project that the community has been coming in and putting gluing the pieces in for this project. And so we're real proud and excited for that whole thing to happen. And that's just building bridges and building trust and bringing people in. And that's kind of where we're at.
Jill, I'd asked that this last year and asking it again this year in terms of the economic development plan. Did we target a certain amount of revenue to bring in, or did we say we want to increase sales tax revenue by X%? And are we pursuing specific grants that go after that, or is it just a general approach?
It's a general approach. Yeah, we're just doing a general approach on that. Thank you.
Okay. So for my top 3 to 5 projects, you can see up here, Robert went through a lot of them earlier on my support infrastructure improvement projects. A lot of this is a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of, planning. There's a lot of meetings. There's a lot of going to help out the contractors get set up, potholing, digging. The citywide drainage improvement they're doing on Northwest 2nd Street, I just found out they hit a water line a while ago, right about 4:30, right when my guys were about ready to go home. So here they go. They go out, they fix the water line, get it back together. They leave, head home. As they're backfilling, the contractors are backfilling, they break the water line again. So guess what? We got to call my guys, turn them around, come on back, let's do this again. So we're there for them. That's what we do, though. We help and we try to do everything we can. Like the mayor said earlier, tub grinding, we've got to do something with that brush dump. It is full. We've got people coming left and right out there that we catch. We try to run them off, hey, did y'all pay? Bring them to City Hall. No, we didn't. And they'll be like, we'll head that away. Well, as soon as I leave, they turn around, they just go right back out there because there's nobody out there. So we're doing our best. We're going to do, and we're hoping to have the parts for our 1941 bulldozer tomorrow. So hopefully we can get the belts and parts put on by Monday and we can start pushing and stuff. No, that was a lot of exploring and finding to get that done.
May want to mention the camera that we met with
Yes,
vendor.
we met a vendor out there the other day, and we're trying to get a camera set out there so we can try to figure out, who's coming in, who's not. Problem we're having though is we have no power out there, and stuff. There is Bluebonnet power out there, but to actually try to get, 110 volts out there to get this process working is going to be a little chore to try to get, some kind of deal. But in the long run, it would help if we can get some kind of camera system out there. Like I said, rest of them, street repairs, we're paving as we go today, as we speak. I think we've done the cemetery. We've done Brown Primary. We've got Washington Street. We've got it built, ready to go. We're about to pave it pretty soon. And Pecan Shores, we're working on it down there, trying to get all that going. So I hope it don't rain before we get to Pecan Shores. Whew, it's going to be bad down there if we have to. It's coming. And rest of them are, just our sidewalk projects and stuff like that. And then, like I said, we're here to support. There's probably another 20 or 30 different projects that are going on. That's probably can't list all of them, but that's what we're here for. We're here to take care of them. Organizational management, planning and development. I do need to complete my annual training courses, my first aid, CPR, forklift training and stuff, things that we can do so we can be first responders, for the public, citizens, and my staff and city staff. If anything happens out there, it's hot, it's cold, it's everywhere. So, we try to keep up with the training for the guys, majority of all our supervisors and stuff like that. So if anything happens, we're around, we're here to take over for them. Conferences, there is a few conferences that we have to kind of attend during the year and stuff so that we can get our training hours and our training courses and stuff like that we have to get signed off. So hourly, yearly, so that way we can keep up with our certificates and everything, water, electric and stuff like that. Majority of these conferences are free. So there's not much to it. Maybe just a little drive. Most of them are around like Bastrop, maybe LaGrange or something like that. So it's not a far drive. It's pretty easy conferences and stuff. And to do that, submitting our regulatory reports to ensure compliance with TCEQ and PUC. A lot of that goes in with our conferences and stuff. We have to annually send in all the reports to these people and stuff. And it takes a lot, making sure they're on time and everything. So we don't get docked and have to get charged lots and lots of money. We got away with. My clean and organized city barn and maintenance, just the one action I still have left from last year's goals that I didn't get to complete is my commercial vacuums and wash bays for the vehicles. I still like to have our trucks clean. We drive around, we take really pride in, keeping our trucks clean and together and organized and stuff. So I still need to work on getting that taken care of and done. We did majority of the building, the yard, the offices and everything, man, it looks so great. We're starting to clean up little by little here and there, which goes with the last one for organizing our vehicle and equipment, reducing that to gov deals. There's a lot of old trucks and equipment and stuff that usually about once a year, we always put together and we put them on gov deals and we sell them, get rid of them and stuff. We bid them off or whatever. And we're getting to find now that we're cleaning more and more, we're finding more and more stuff that we can actually get rid of and everything. So we really need to do that more often than not. We're doing it once a year. I think we should probably do it 2 or 3 times a year. So we're going to work on that, trying to get all this gone. We actually did one about 6 months ago, and I think we made about $89,000 off, a couple of trucks and a bunch of equipment, tires and stuff. So it helps. It helps bring it in. So one thing that's not on my report is, and we put for in the budget this year is an extra employee for, our maintenance guy. I have a lot of things that go on and a lot of people call, and we have a lot of city buildings and city, things that need to be fixed and stuff. And I just need a kind of a jack of all trades, somebody that goes around and fixes it. Right now I'm pulling a guy off the parks crew to go do that. And he's pretty staying busy almost every day for a good while. And that just leaves the parks crew shorthanded and stuff. And, but he's somebody I can trust and he knows what he's doing and he takes care of things and this and that here and there and everywhere. Of course, like we said, again, we're so shorthanded, with the cemetery, man, I would love to get some extra guys in that. And, at the parks guys, like you said, we've put a lot more projects on them and stuff. It's not just going out to MLK Park or Riverbend now and mowing and weed eating and being done, they're Independence Park, Memorial Park, they're going down Loop 230, mowing grass that I would hope that most of the citizens would take care of on the other side of the sidewalk, but it doesn't. So we take care of it and make sure everything's cleaned and going in there and stuff. So really emphasize, like I said, we're getting busier and busier day to day. So like I said, it's hot, it's hard to keep these guys and pushing them to the limit or whatever and out there and stuff. So we're just, like I said, would love to see it happen. Always keep the lights on, water running, toilets flushing. That's what without that, that's my man, Robert here. I stole it from Robert, but that's again, that's right. That's what we do. We're kind of like the post office, rain, snow, or sunny or shine. We're going to be out there in the middle of it, taking care of it. We're going to make sure everybody has what they need to get the city done. So
Your warehouse expansion project, excellent. If none of you have been over to see the expansion, job well done.
y'all got time, y'all need to come by and look. The offices are great.
That was off of the tax note.
That was off the tax note. Very beautiful. I love it.
Edward, Edward, quick question. Who does, and this may be for Robert too, who does a risk assessment, if you will, of sidewalks? The reason I bring this up is I happen to be at the Frontier grand opening, and that section of sidewalk between Second Street and on Ramona is got to be a death trap. There's no lighting there. It's buckled 4, 5, 6, 8 inches up. I know we have instances in the past where we've had weeds grow up over drain grates and things, and when you look down in it, it's a safety hazard. It made me think about that when you said you need a guy to go around and fix things. I suspect that's not the type of things you're talking about for this person, but what I hear as all of these employees come up and talk about, it's pretty apparent to me that we're asking them to do a lot with a little. We are asking them to do a lot with a little. And there's a lot of things that they're not even mentioning that need to be done. And I sit there and I listen to my colleagues list literally tens of millions of dollars of priorities and plans in their list. And I can't imagine, given that scenario, we're not on the top of the roof screaming, how do we grow revenue in this damn town? I don't understand why it isn't the single most important thing that we're thinking about every single day. We're asking our employees to do more with nothing. They're cutting here and there. Robert made several references to, hey, we can get by another year. Things like that. That's not what I want Smithville to be. I don't want Smithville to just get by. We should not have Johnson grass going up through cracks. We should have flat sidewalks. We should have safe streets. We should be able to do all these things, but we can't do it by asking our residents to keep paying more in property tax and to keep paying more in utility bills. And I know I'm maybe preaching to the choir because I know a lot of you agree with that, but I just want to make that observation because I appreciate when you listen to them talk about what they're trying to do. Most of them said, hey, my list is pretty much the same stuff I did last year. Did you hear that repeated? You know, hey, my list is really not that much different. We're asking them year in and year out and year in and year out to do the same things and to do it with less or with no money for doing the things that aren't on the list, the things that we all talk about we need to do. So I didn't mean to get off on a tangent.
No.
It's just an
Hey.
observation as we get to the end of this presentation that these managers are being asked to do a whole lot with very little, and we keep doing it. And we have a responsibility as leaders to try to figure out how to make the pie bigger.
The first day that I met with Robert on my budget for our very first shot, I had it on there. I needed 2 new employees for every department because it's gotten so shorthanded that we just don't have it. And one thing I always talk to my supervisors about in the mornings and stuff, we wear a logo on our shirt that says City of Smithville. And just because you work in the electric department doesn't mean that you might not be over there helping the water department. You might not be over there weed eating at the cemetery, you know, because we need the help. We do everything, no matter where you're at, what department you're in or what. We try to do everything we can to keep this place going and stuff. And like I said, I really, really appreciate all my supervisors because when I call, they answer. And when they answer, they take care of what I need to get done. And by doing that, that makes my job a lot easier, makes it a lot helpful, a lot everywhere. So I really, really appreciate them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
one question,
And thanks,
Edward.
Tyrone, just a little bit. Thank you. Just a little bit, just a little bit. I got you. I know, not a lot, just a little bit.
You mentioned trying to get a new position filled for maintenance. Is that the
Yeah.
one we're seeing under the
Yes,
head
ma'am.
count?
Yes, ma'am.
55,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Next part's a 5-minute break and then we'll hit the yellow sheets. Okay? If you want. Yes, we did. By the way, there are some sandwiches in the break room for y'all. So this would be a 10-minute break. Yeah. They're pimento cheese.
Hey. Good.
Okay, folks, we need to get back on schedule. You didn't use a microphone. You got chips. You ready? I have a couple things to say before. Okay, it's time to look at our yellow sheets. We're going to start with the general fund first. In your packets and that's available to the community, there's some pre-information that talks about, what makes up the general fund. It provides some great data, an overview of the balanced budget, revenue versus expenses, where those were either added to or cut. It provides additional detail for the revenue that you can look at line by line. What I like to point out is that we just don't throw a dart at a board and come up with a number. We actually do have 5 years of legacy data to try to determine what the trends are and then adjust for all the convergence of other stuff that's happening. So my point is, every one of my staff members have given a lot of thought as to what they need, what they can cut. We've taken that information and input it into what we think is the best budget at this point to present to you. And you have to look at the run rates from the past 5 years, which are provided. That's kind of how we target. What did we do in the past? What do we expect in the future? So that information is there if you ever want to go back to look at it. Taking that, we then go through departments. Let me flip this over. There's individual detail for each of the major headers: finance, police, animal control. It kind of gives you a snapshot, but the detail, the devil's in the details, and that's where we get to what's called the yellow sheets. So taking those 17 departments, we're going to start with Department 100, which is the general admin department that Jennifer and I own collectively. Let me see if I can enlarge this where it makes sense visually. So typically on the far right, you will find the delta from the prior year budget. And as I told you, there were a lot of brackets this year. But there were also some adds that have to be addressed that we can talk about. So generally speaking, is there any line item here that you want further explanation on or detail? Okay. So typically, and go ahead, I don't want to see your thunder. Go ahead.
Typically, I don't know what you were gonna say, but for us, I went through my budget and cut as much as I can, but when y'all already know that. Training cut in half. There was some stuff moved around just because of the if you look at that rentals and printing and production, that's going to look a little bit weird, but that one is because of our contract with Pitney Bowes. But I don't know if y'all have any specific line items y'all want, but we did cut as much as we could in our budget. The council expenses was cut significantly too. So that's a majority of that is, going to TML. And then all of your training, if you do shirts or any of that we cut as well.
One thing I want to also point out is the certified letters, the mailing of certified letters for P&Z and for actions. There's about $7,000 or $8,000 we spend, and the majority of them come back unsigned, unclaimed. So that's an expense we don't need. We're going to use snail mail.
Yes. And that is what is required in our ordinance is just regular mail. We do not have to do certified. That was just above and beyond because we got flack at some of the meetings that they didn't get their letter. Well,
Yeah, that was back a few years ago when we were having controversial developments discussed
Yes.
and people were saying they never got notified.
yeah,
Yeah.
but for now, I mean, it's not required. We post it on the web, the website with the agendas and I mean, I think we posted in plenty of places that the certified mail is not a very good benefit for the money that we're spending. It's like $9 per envelope, and the majority of them come back unclaimed. A lot of people see those green cards and they're like, eh.
Not gonna pick that up.
Yeah.
This is also where we're increasing costs for our IT support from Avanext for the servers, for cybersecurity. I'm sorry, 610. Belay that.
Do the salary numbers, are they already assuming a COLA?
Yeah, those should be already assuming the COLA, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So this budget proposal has a 3% COLA built in.
And the head count that they're requesting.
That's not it.
It's not in this one, but generally speaking,
Yes.
yeah, it addresses the COLA.
Not in this one, but in the Fund 170, in Department 175, that's where the building and official is. And that's the one that we have put in the budget. But yes, I would love to have more, but it's not in here. On 116, 610, okay.
Yeah, so year over year, puts and takes, the budget for Department 100 is $9,000 more than it was last year. The request.
Jennifer, could you, for the next meeting, for the person that you want, could you put a separate sheet? Doesn't have to be in this, just show what the salary would be, how much it would impact this.
We could tell you that right now. It'd be in base rate.
Okay.
So,
See the salaries? Okay, thank you.
so Jennifer says that she cut everything that she could cut. That's what she said. And I'm not being
No, no.
facetious here. I mean, I can't tell you how many thousands of times when I've been at companies and everybody stands up and says, I cut everything I could cut. Well, no, you really didn't. You cut everything that you thought was appropriate to cut. So you cut everything you could and your budget grew by $9,000. So it's the 3%. So how much net dollars did you actually cut? And then what got, I mean, I don't want you to do that. That's not too much in the weeds, but it sounds like that you made 1.5% cuts on average and you had 3% increase for COLA in your personnel and
My attorney fees are in here. Those went up.
some increase in attorney fees. So it really, the increase is driven by the COLA and the attorney fees primarily, right?
Yes. Those are the largest ones. Yes.
Somebody's on delay listening to me.
Ventriloquist.
No worries. That's it. I just wanted to understand. I just wanted to point out that, we made all the cuts and I suspect everybody's going to say the same thing she did, which is I made all the cuts that I thought I could make. And yet we're still going to be up. And the up is largely because of COLA. And we've got some expense up because of airport. But it just, if you look at the revenue, I don't know, enough said. I just wanted to point that out. We made all the cuts we could make and we still had our budget go up.
Yeah, and just where my cursor, if you can see it moving, the 43,000. We budgeted 22.5 for attorney fees. We're at 43,000 now. 10 months through the year. So we split attorney fees between 100 and 610, and that's why you see the increase where it is. And there's no getting around that, folks. unfortunately, with litigation and
So that
Yeah.
didn't help.
No, and we're redoing our ordinances and everything else that's coming in.
Yes,
He's
exactly.
gonna be a
Short-term rentals,
necessary thing.
Yeah,
so.
short-term rentals, the boards and commissions, all of that was, contracts are reviewed.
So Jennifer, I see 20,500 in cuts basically by limiting best leadership, less training, less travel, and TML conference being reduced. So that's 20,500 in cuts right there.
Mhm. And postage is 4,000 too.
Jennifer, where in here is the amount of money we pay Avenue Insights and other contractors?
So that's gonna be in the other professional services, 5290.
Okay, wait.
And that's got a lot of people in there. It's not just them. So
Right,
in
yes.
that other professional services, I can tell you
What
who they
page is
pay, we
that?
pay.
I just can't see all this stuff, I don't think.
stay in Department 100. It's halfway down.
5290 other professional services. For general, it's 100,000.
Page
150.
one. Thank you. I
And
can-
that includes,
I can page numbers.
multiple different people.
5290. Gotcha. Other professional services.
Yes, and it's broken down in a couple of different departments. I probably should note that in our youth activities, we cut that, which might upset some, but it was one that.
Well, back to the other professional services is BCAD local support, Bastrop County, Shred Service, C-Click Fix, SCT, Spectrum, it's a litany of
Yeah.
things that are under this, this cost center line item. What did I leave out?
RTA, did you say click fix, general code, which is our ordinance? We pay a fee for having our ordinances online and just updating them throughout the year. Avenue Insights, PHI, BEFCO. That's like to update our maps and our zoning maps and stuff. So, yeah, and BCAD support.
Services and admin and 116. That gives a breakdown. These are pretty much things that we can't change. They're contracts and.
No, I was just more curious where to find that. I just wanted to look at it. And that's under 160, you said? Here we go.
106.10.
100.
One's in the general side and then others in the utility side.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions regarding Department 100? Hearing none, we'll go to Cynthia with Finance. You can sit there. You got bad knees.
I do.
I didn't mean to tell it on you. I'm sorry.
I do.
Is that HR violation?
Yeah, I don't know if y'all have any questions on mine. There's not a lot of change. I just, the one big difference, if you look at mine, was in the salaries. Just did some rearranging of some percentages and that's the cause for that. Yeah, so I'm 11,000 better in mine.
How did you accomplish that reduction in salaries?
Well, like I said, some of it had to do with that reallocating the percentages of where some of my employees lied from 100 to 610. Because
For the
six,
general public, explain that. 106.10 and
for our general admin, or well, for my finance department, there's, as finance people, we have the general fund and the utility fund.
that's what most people don't understand is that we're looking at a budget that's funded by one source here and another source depending on which department it is. And being my second time through this, I didn't know this last year. So I know there's a lot of people, y'all tend to talk in what seems like code, but it's not. It's a department number or a fund source.
Department number. Yeah, so there's just the general fund and utility fund. So due to the way things fell this year, we were able to allocate some to the Department 610.
Yeah, so theoretically, you're allocating additional costs to the utility fund,
Yeah. it-
which
it-
means that theoretically that the net from the utility fund would be lower by that amount, all other things being equal, which is a transfer plug back to the general
Right. So
fund.
we were trying to get
So
it to the balance fund. I mean, the cost is still the same for that.
That's right. And the net is the same for the city. This is just simply interdepartmental activity.
Right. It's interdepartmental, moving it from here just to make it to be
Yeah.
able to be balanced.
Well, and I'm assuming there's logic behind it. You're trying to make it to where you're allocated to where they're doing the work.
Right.
Yeah. Perfect.
So if you added the budgets together, the total budget, we really didn't accomplish the $11,000 savings?
I guess not technically because the expense for went to the,
Yeah, so it's,
Utility side,
right, so we
plus I had some maybe-
reallocated the expense to a different funding source.
if, you know, health insurance stayed the same, but we could have had a difference in workers' comp. Some of your benefits can change. So some of that could be from cost savings that we had, but this one is the bigger part is just reallocating it to that.
So if you brought it all together in terms of a department budget, then what's the net?
So like you can go to the salary tab and you can see my department exactly what the total is for mine. And that my department, my finance department is actually split between Department 105 and 610 because we work in both departments.
Right. But so where does it come back together for those of us wanting to see it from a total department budget performance? It's just split out in two different pages.
Right.
Okay, it's, having gone through this, it's needs to be explained because
Right.
it, maybe we could see a consolidated budget by department.
Well, this is what's to my department 105, my finance department. But the salary for the
So
salary,
it's only salaries that are split.
there are certain salaries within the city that is split between general fund and utility fund, depending on what we do. Just, you know, Jennifer's salary is one general fund or Department 100 and Department 610. She doesn't work in her full salaries, not just on the general side. She works in both the general and the utility side.
I get it now. I'm just trying to explain what I didn't know before. I wish I knew what I didn't know now.
Well, if you go to the utility fund detail, the yellow sheets, and you look under salaries, you know, it's not real transparent, but it's in that number is the point. We just don't know what the allocation is because it's not broken out with that level of green.
But if you look at, there
It-
is a,
But you can go to the salary page in the back and see what your department's
Right.
total salaries are.
yeah, and if.
Yeah, you can
look at
figure
the
it out.
Salary page, it tells you behind my name, you
Yeah.
know, like finance director, I'm 20% in Department 105 and 80
Right.
or whatever.
We got some 50/50s and
Or
some
50/50,
80/20s
yes.
and, right.
Do the auditors challenge you on allocations? Do they look at that when they do the audits?
They just make sure that we're allocating it.
That it looks reasonable? Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what, the way we budget, yeah.
PD.
Okay, as y'all can see, we just made some minor adjustments to training, et cetera. I think we're gonna stick to online this year. For the most part, except for stuff that we have to attend in person. They raised the fuel budget a little.
Testing here.
Hello. I don't know who I trust to let hold it while I'm doing this up here. Kidding, Robert, kidding.
May want to talk about the cars though.
Oh, yeah, the vehicle. And, and that's one thing I don't mean to correct. So that 130 for the police vehicles, those have been ordered and indicated up there, so that even though that money's in white, those cars should be hitting in the next couple of months and we have to pay for those. They've been ordered, so.
That was going to be one of my questions. In these departments that doesn't go into the department budgets at all?
The tax note has its own fund, so it's not in general or utility anywhere.
What's remaining in the tax code, I'm trying to. You know, before, those of you that lived here know that. With the 2 cars that are coming in from last year, that, as you can see, I haven't even got them yet. These aren't cars that I can just go buy at Covert or whatever. These have to be put in. I think in order for us to stay on the rotation, whether it's a lease purchase option, if that. Like we had before.
You're safe.
I'm sorry?
Nothing.
So yeah, I'm thinking it, you know, I mean, some of the other stuff. To that, you know, and I mean, we need that stuff. So our ask isn't big. Whatever cost of living increase y'all give. We take a lot of pride in driving them. They're not breaking down, you know, and the 2 positions that have been open for 10 months, and we haven't lost anybody since that day. There's nobody at this point that's wanting to do any of that. I mean, a lot of these guys are getting their years in here now, and it's because of what y'all have done.
So just so I understand, I thought I understood that in all of these department budgets, we're doing including the 3%. So if I did his, it looks like 2.4. Did I do the math wrong there? For total personnel cost, I took the 37,656 over the 1,591,386, and I get 2.4%. Is not everybody going to qualify for COLA because they're new hire?
Well, in some of that is if you're trying to compare it to last year, some of he had a cadet in there last year that was going to school that they lost. So those people were at a different pay rate. So that when that person was lost, they actually hired an actual police officer, which caused the increase in pay rates. So it's not a straight, take the number last year, multiply it by 3%.
And if I remember right, last year to now, you've restructured how you do your overtime. So with that restructuring, that may be why it's 2.4% instead of the 3%, because you're restructuring how some of that got spent from last year.
Just a straight take last year's and multiply it by 3, because you got different people
So,
who come in, higher
Yeah,
rates.
and that makes sense. But my point is that if the aggregate for the entire city budget reflects a 3% COLA, and some departments are less than 3%, then that means some others are more than 3%. How could that work then?
Because
Well,
you
but the
had
dollars
people
are the
that-
dollars.
But yeah, but he could have had an employee last year that's making a lot less that now they're coming in at a higher rate of pay, or they lost an employee that comes in at a lower rate of pay this year. So
Well-
somebody that could have been $20 last year.
So what's important to me to know is in this budget today, it has a 3% cost of living adjustment for every salaried employee
That's,
and every hourly employee.
that's on the payroll today. So you're taking last year's payroll, which
Okay.
those people
Okay.
last year may not be the same as this year.
Okay, that explains it. But there is 3% in the budget.
Yes.
Did we get the shields, the shields, like if we had a?
Yes, we got those. We saved that money last year through a grant. Yeah. Yeah.
Did you say you've got a request for more weapons in here?
No, what I'm saying is that if you look at that top line item in the tax note, I think it was 80-something thousand. It was for a myriad of smaller item things, some computers, which I think we've spent 50 out.
Miscellaneous equipment, 85,000?
Yeah, and on the tax note, we don't want to parse out to each individual thing because it's, computers, guns, things like that. And what I'm saying is might need to,
You're up top, you're in the white.
vehicles. Is that your computer doing that?
Anybody got any more questions for?
He also has animal control. That's the next line item, which is Department 115.
You don't get overwhelmed now with that big budget, big animal control deal there.
You got a new truck?
But if you look at Will's done a good job. We're our run rates, I don't even really use that word, but y'all use it a lot. So, but if you look back at the 8,400 we were paying to the county, we budgeted 3, we're at 3,150. So that's kind of a fluid situation because that's the number of dogs that go over is per dog. So he's been given instructions to try to keep that exactly where it's at because we're where we budgeted to be on that 3,000. We're at 3,150. That's kind of it's hard to gauge that. I mean, but it's still, we're going to be well under half of what we used to pay them doing the per animal basis that they.
$125.
shelter.
You take it to the shelter and you take it to Bastrop.
Yes, ma'am. You look back at the previous years, no matter how many we took. We could take 50, or no, there was a cap. I think it was like 10. But I know that they all oversee different little things and discussed with him about that. Will works. So then he worked with the commissioner's court to pass doing a per animal basis because other. So thankfully we broke the discussion about, we're only paying for what we use as far as, taking an animal there when we need to. And so like I said, we're. We don't deal with livestock too much. The livestock deputy has came in and picked up a horse every now and then. I haven't vetted this comment, but the county in Bastrop County has. They call it so feral, and so they
We got a sanctuary for that.
We do.
So
They have their own storage house.
so when y'all, if and dump them at the tree dump. I mean, we talk about all kinds of crazy things to help people not be upset about it. But we're using them for the service and they don't take them, then we just can't just, go drop them off or something.
Hey, are you getting these?
But that's.
Hello.
You see that? So that's just.
Yeah.
Do I need to? Now it's working. Did cut, we don't need any computer. Last year we bought. We probably, I'm not sure what those tickets that, David was talking about. The court budget, those shouldn't be, we shouldn't need those this next year, but the next one we will. And hopefully, well, we may save that in that processing fee for the credit card. So there you go. There you go. And that, and you know, we did, the only other thing with the conference, we couldn't cut, and I know we talked about that before, but with Zach Carter coming on, he will, and Brian was to go, he hadn't went, but Zach will probably go, I guess, like in July to the new judges school or December. It's either December or July is when they hold those. That'll be the only really expense for that.
And only hopefully I don't get sick. I need to be anywhere, go on vacation for a little while. So we shouldn't be needing to use the associate judge, but yes, I'm here. Zach Carter.
And Brian Rewe is still. Mhm. Well, he was appointed in December as well, when I was appointed. Mhm. Okay, thank you.
Test.
Testing. All right, we'll try this one. All right, Department 130, Fire Department. Some background regarding this, this budget. Last year, the council voted to add a $5 fee to all utility customers. What we didn't do last year was remove the 85,000 we typically give the fire department. So last year's budget looked extremely, it was inflated, and they used a lot, not inflated. It was rightly deserved. They've ordered a bunch of equipment, and to that point, though, we did not put back the 85,000 that we typically put in because we have to cut cost. One thing that did happen, we found that the $5 was not being charged to every customer. And so we made that correction. So there are 2,416 customers that are now funding the fire department. And we removed the 85,000 that we found from other sources of revenue to fund the fire department. So their net difference, they went from 193 to 144,000. They do want to purchase some additional equipment. Jaws of life, extraction equipment, correct? They're going to continue to send people to school and buy SCBA's and uniforms. So as I said, it's a difference of about 40,000, 47,000 from what we gave them last year.
So this budget is 100% funded by the $5 utility fee?
Yes.
But it represents a $45,000 increase because of the difference between the 91 that they got before and the 145 or 144 that's funded by the $5.
No, there's no increase. That was last year's budget. It's just the opposite. We're reducing the budget from 193 to 144.
193 to 144.
Yeah. The left side is sorry, I can't show
That's
you.
all right. That's all right. I just was listening. I wasn't looking at the paper. I thought you said 44, 91, not 191.
Yeah, it went down. But to that point, they are going to take advantage of those monies, and you still have some equipment and some bills that are coming in. Please get them before the end of the month so we don't have to do a journal entry, or before the end of the fiscal year for sure. Yeah. I mean, significant, like $40,000 worth of stuff coming in. Okay. Under this year's budget. And again, you have to look at historically, they've gotten 75 to 80,000. That's it, plus their budget. They have a separate budget that they maintain through donations and fundraisers. Yeah. But if you're going to spend some money, this is a good place to do it. Certainly. Any questions? And thank you for your service, Trey and Tyrone. Libraries. Judy.
Mic test. I will entertain any questions. Overall, the library budget is a slight increase. It's a little over 1% over last year. And the big factor, the driver in that is the increase of, I'm taking 2 part-time positions and making them 1 full-time position. So that will increase the benefits cost as well as the hourly rate.
If no questions for Judy.
Cool.
Yeah. It's me. Yeah, 155. So, council, this is the decision point you need to make regarding this 29,000. Yeah, there are 21,000 that we cut, and it was important that I think it was mentioned, I don't mean to call you out, Councilmember Etheridge, but there are no sacred cows. And each of these organizations do send a request to the city. In your package, you may have those requests or not.
No.
Yeah, so the decision point is, do you want to fund these going forward, as they're all pretty much community organizations now? Realize that some of these do get additional love from the city by either occupying the facility with no rent and or not paying utilities. But they provide a service to our community. So the question here is, do you want to go through these? Do you want to continue to give funding to these community organizations or not?
Well, I think we should continue funding the Chamber of Commerce.
That's good.
That one's in there.
Ironically, that one's still in there. No, it's 50,000. You got it. No, you didn't cut. As is the it says youth activity, the boot camp. That's an ILA with Bastrop County for troubled youth that we're a member of. The rest have been cut.
I mean, Yeah, let me make a comment. I think that, I mean, I'd like, just personally, I'd like to think about these a little more. And the reason I'd like to think about them is philosophically, when you fund a community good, whatever we're going to say that is, and there's no reason to think any of these on here are not good things to do. So we got to get the judgment part of this out of the decision. Who do they benefit? What's the percentage of citizens that benefit from them? Because all the citizens are paying for it. So when you think philosophically about, things that you're going to support as a city, remember every citizen is paying for that. So there ought to be some correlation or some corresponding good that accrues to the people that are paying for it. So I'm just going to be really sensitive to asking citizens to pay for stuff that only benefits a small percentage. That's one point I'd like to make. The second is that if a cause is valuable to the community will pay for it. And if you go out and ask somebody to give $100 to whatever, pick a cause, and they say no, there could be a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons is they don't really value it. We saw that in the recycle center when we added the fee. We found out that there are people that value it because they paid for it. And I think that this is a heartstring thing, and I don't want to, come across as being, insensitive to the good that these organizations do, but we're here to represent, fiscal responsibility for all the citizens. So I would just like to personally go on record as I'm not ready to say, yes, we should do it. I'd like to think about it, but the rest of you may be comfortable saying go forward. But I think we ought to look at these in the context of what part of the town do they provide benefits to, and is it fair for everybody to subsidize it or pay for it?
And so I imagine the action would be for us to get you those community letters and requests.
Yeah, I can do that. I mean, I can reach out. You don't need to do that. I'll just look at the list and try to understand. I mean, if there are community letters that have actual, okay, I would love to see that. And I'd like to see kind of objectively, how many people do, Judy did a great job. She talked about how many people come to the library, and 100 a day or 150, whatever the number is. And Ashley should have a KPI for how many kids she has coming through the rec center and how many free soccer programs and all. We ought to have a metric, an objective metric for everything we spend money on, to where we can defend that to the citizens that says, listen, we're taking your money and we're being good stewards of it. We're investing it, because that's what we're doing, is we're investing utility fees, property taxes, we're investing it for all the citizens. Let's make good investments is all I'm saying. So for me, I would just like to see that before I go on record as saying we ought to fund these.
Well, the letters I was speaking of were the letters from the organizations.
Yeah.
that are asking for money now.
But do they include enough information to be able to determine how many people that are citizens of Smithville, how many benefit from that? If they don't, they should. We don't need to take up time here now. That's too in the weeds, but I just wanted to say, I'd like to see that data before I,
Would
personally.
that be the same for the food pantry? I mean,
Yeah, just everything. All of these on here, I would like to know what's what's some sense for how many. We had a meeting about Jamboree. We talked about how much money it brings back into the community and everything. That kind of objective analysis, I'd like to be able to stand in front of citizens and say, listen, I voted to give $5,000 to this because it touches 40% of the community or 60% of the community. But if it touches 2% or 3%, I'm going to have a problem with that. I mean, it's just philosophically, I have a problem with, approving and spending somebody's money when it only, benefits a very, very, very small percentage of the community.
Robert, on 5720 insurance and bonds, is that fixed or is that allocated? I mean, if we're cutting back on these programs, does the insurance cost stay the same?
That would be for the buildings, wouldn't it, Cynthia? Or not?
Yes.
For
that's
the building?
For the buildings. Well, and then also for like our general liability.
That's what I'm saying. It would be the GL cost. It's okay, because
Yeah, because
you're
I've
able to
already-
reduce electricity and water and garbage, but the insurance and bonds stay the same. That's why I thought it was something that,
Yeah, I've already got the insurance bill. I know what it is for next year. So those numbers you see in there are the numbers we're going to pay for insurance.
But the process for generating these metrics that you want, time is kind of short. What do you, can you just go through and are you reaching out or
I
what?
think you need to give me what you have without generating new work for yourselves and start
Most of
with
these
that.
places, if you,
And-
like,
and I
if you
can do some
volunteer at them,
research
you see you volunteer at them, the food pantry, the clinic, the different things that are on here, you see the people that are coming through and
Just
you
get me
can-
what you have so I can see that. That's all I need. The other thing I'll point out while I've got the speaker is on the white sheets, the tax note items. I think the $130,000 for the 2 police cars probably shouldn't be white. If they're going to be delivered in 3 months, we're probably going to have to spend that 130.
I just haven't spent any money against it. That's
Yeah,
why
but it's committed pretty much. I mean, that's not something that's not the part of the 1.1 million that we could reallocate. We're going to have to spend
Right.
money.
All right, let me write myself a note. Okay, 155, moving on, have an action there. Let's go to the next cost center. Parks and Rec.
Testing. Yeah. Any questions? I've gone through, we did some cuts out of here and everything. I think we're actually going to be about 32,000 less than we were budgeted for this past year. We're just going to sucker through. We're doing pretty decent and stuff and everything through here. So any questions?
I have one question. We approved, and the mayor put it on her list of things, which is adding playground equipment to the train park, I think. Wasn't that on your list? When we voted money last year to replace some playscapes, and I know we did the playscapes at River Bend, but did we not have money in there to do the train park too? I thought we approved it for all but MLK. And if so, what happened to that money?
Hold on. You still have $54,000 left in the playground equipment park upgrades.
That we approved last year. So I think your point is we approved money that's in the budget for this year to do that. And so we should spend that money on those parks because that's what it was approved for. The other thing.
Hello.
And that park, that playscape at River Bend is quite a bit smaller in scale than the ones that were there before. And I'm curious, was it scaled down because of budget, or was that the plan to put something smaller in to replace it from the beginning?
Yeah.
I don't care who answers it. I just want to be the right answer. And somebody else talked about, I think it was Tyrone that talked about shade. That's a big deal. My grandkids were over there and there were kids over there and none of them could touch the equipment because it was too hot. They couldn't go down the slides. They couldn't touch the bars because the equipment was too hot. There's no shade over there at that park. So you can have this one.
So that particular playscape is geared for like the 5 to 12-year-olds. It's just vastly different than what it was, before. A lot of it's more the sensory, the more inclusive type things, things like that versus all like tall monkey bars, the spiral things, it's just different. And that's what I try to get with some people on Facebook with their opinions and comments, is that I knew it was going to, trigger that in people's heads, whereas like, well, it's not as much. It's like, well, no, it's just different. And so, my target for the train park would be something that, what is a little bit more than what the railroad park, River Bend had, I'm sorry. Because it is going to be a more condensed area. So it probably would be taller. I don't know if y'all are familiar with the one out at the Rosanke Community Center, but something more like that where it's smaller but taller versus River Bend had more space. So I stretched it out.
Don't mean to call you all out, but she gave this presentation. You approved what was ordered.
Well, but I remember specifically because you and I had a separate conversation where I asked, are we going to have kids look at the designs and everything? And you said it was going to be Ashley's kids. We asked about who's going to look at this and do we have any kids looking at these?
Not Ashley's kids in general, but
Well,
Ashley's.
I'm just telling you what I was told is, I just know there were four kids, counting my 2 grandkids over when we went over the weekend. And, that mine are 6 and 4 and, they were underwhelmed compared to what they were used to seeing over there. That my point was when we approved something, I remember us saying we were going to replace what was there. It was going to be the same type of quality because I was concerned that the cost would be so high that we would end up doing a smaller facility in order to stay within budget. And that certainly wasn't the intention. I remember asking and being said, no, we're going to essentially have the same thing. And it's not the same thing. I'm not saying it's not nice.
For sure.
I'm not saying it's not nice. I'm just saying it's not the same thing. It's considerably less. And so, and there's dollars that are still unspent for the train park, which we should do because that was a big deal. We talked about doing stuff for kids. It was the ball fields. We did Little League stuff and we kept that, I think, at 50 or something. We reallocated. So I just want to make sure that we spend those dollars, the right way. And also, I was just going to share the feedback that I had for
I can guarantee the next piece of equipment that comes through, you will have an input like you did before. And the consensus was don't spend this thing all at once. So that's what these pink lines are representing. We have fun, spending in some of these line items. There's still $55,000 left to spend and she'll bring something to you for consideration. Yes?
Well, as long as it's comparable to what's there or better, then I don't think anybody will have an issue with it. We all know what's there today.
Well,
In a way.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a cool park. I think.
again,
that
my
fits
point,
the
you
tone.
kind of,
Yeah.
just to be honest, you're kind of taking a shot at this when you have the opportunity to approve it. And
Well-
you approve what she ordered because there were 4 different designs.
Mm.
And you say, yeah, that one looks good. So that's what we went with.
Well, but you can't, Robert, you have to admit the scale is totally different. I mean, it really isn't just a little bit. It's totally different. And I would challenge anybody to say that you're going to get 10 and 11-year-olds that are going to be excited about being on that playscape. I mean, my 6-year-olds were saying, Papa, this is not very big.
Mhm.
And so I'm just, again, my grandkid may be unique, but I'm just being honest here and I'm not questioning. I know we put a playscape out there. I'm just saying, let's make sure that, when we approve something and we say it's going to be the same, that I expected it to be kind of the same. And I would like to see us definitely spend those dollars we approved for the train park.
Any other questions on the Parks and Rec? We good? Oh, that was yours.
Thank you.
Is there, can we do something about the shade over there? I guess would be the point is if kids can't use it because it's too hot, are we going to do something about that? I would like to see that be considered in the budget. I mean, that's kind of, we invested a bunch of money in a facility that kids are having a tough time using when it's really hot. In the fall, it won't be as big a deal, but in the summer.
She had that on as a subordinate goal is to look into what the shade structure would cost.
Okay.
They're not inexpensive either.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
But yeah, we'll
Oh, I
look
know.
at that.
Yeah.
$10,000 Delta.
Are there any opportunities at the rec center like at the airport where we can make an investment and generate a profit from?
We'd have to maybe give me a for instance, because nothing's coming to mind.
Yeah, nothing's coming to my mind either. Yeah.
Oh, I said you'd have to give me a for instance, because nothing, automatically. Now, I will say, with Tyrone's little idea of a game room, we've had something like that in the past. We actually had, don't give me a line, the company was, no, it was just like, Pac-Man and thank you, arcade games. I don't know. I mean, that was way before my
You've got room for that?
kind of, every time we kind of clear the room out to like, oh, we'll put the ping pong table up, it ends up getting swallowed, by something else. So technically there's a room that we probably could put some stuff in, rearranging other things and getting stuff into different spaces. Again, it would just be a matter of finding a company that I think back, it was like on a rent or like whatever, like we got a percentage of what came into those machines or something of that nature. I'd have to look into that, but that would probably be one of the first things that I would go for, or easiest things, or, cause I don't have another good example of maybe something that would generate something. Yeah.
Tom, when you say parks, you talking strictly the rec center or are you talking other parts of the?
You know,
our
I'm just
parks
kind of
and
back to my
recreation?
overall theme, which is we should be thinking in terms of revenue for the city too.
Yes.
And again, this is not singling anyone out. It's a cultural thing. Is a lot of times when you work in public service, there's this notion that, you know, that it shouldn't be designed to be profitable, but we have to have profits to fund all the things we need to do. If you look at our basic business, the utility company is a for-profit enterprise. That's what pays for all the stuff on the general fund side, with the exception of the property tax. So I just would love to see us all think the managers of these departments ought to be managing their departments as if it's a small business. You know, where is my value at? It isn't always traditional dollars. And I don't want anybody to think that, oh, well, they expect the library to make money. No, I don't. But I do expect the library to add value to the community, and they need to tell me how they're doing that. You know, how many people come in, and in the rec center, it's how many kids get free soccer classes, or how get told, you know, taught something, or whatever that is. So anyway, I just asked the question because I thought if you had ideas, I would love to hear what those are if you wanted to do some different investments at the rec center.
Did you hear my proposal for one of my projects? That is exactly what I was talking about? Or were you like buzzed off? Or where were you?
Ashley. Streets and alleys. Up again like a gopher.
I'm back.
Yes, sir.
We'll be here a while.
28,000 delta from what you spent last year. And we,
Last year also too, in the street, 5560 street curb and gutter, we actually, you know, took a lot out because we put it in the tax note to do all the roads and stuff. This year, we had to put a little bit back in there. Or we left.
It's in miscellaneous. It's in your miscellaneous contract, labor
Yeah.
is where you added it,
Oh, okay. Yeah, the miscellaneous contract.
that one.
No, I was looking because it says the same 50,000. I was like, thought we were going, but no, we did. We left it at 50. Yep. Uh-oh. Oh, dun, dun, dun. Thank you.
one of the expenses we had that we didn't really count on that went over was tree trimming. Fallen trees that required harvest, really in this small contract.
Yeah, we were over a little bit in contract labor, but there was also a couple journal entries that I accidentally coded wrong. There should be a few of them going into the electric department contract labor, because some of them were cutting trees out of the power lines, that I had the arborist come and take care of or whatever. So I just kind of missed that one for a little bit, but we should get that cleared up. But yes, there was a lot of trees this year, a lot of trees people had called to ask about dead, dying. When we got our arborist to take a look at them, do an assessment on them and take care of a lot of them for us. So drought. And I think also the crepe myrtles were in that one too, that we got put on Charleston. Yeah, both of them, cutting them and planting them. Solid waste, okay. Any questions? I'd love to tell you I have my paper with me, but I didn't. It's over there. Good? Yes, sir. No, you're all good.
Hello.
Hello.
Is it
How
on?
you doing? No, you're not.
You still over here on the street and alley?
What are we on?
Go back to your street and alley.
Okay. Because I think didn't I bring it with me? I thought I did too, because I was just looking at it. I did. I brought it. Oh, I must have walked. Did I walk back?
You got halfway, then you can.
Solid waste one too.
I'll take all.
There you go.
Oh, see, it's 170s right here, so I don't know what I do with my paper. All right, anyway, I'm listening to you.
For the 75,000 we took out for paving and street repair.
Yeah.
It's in the text note.
Yeah, that was in the tax note.
If you look back to the prior years, you can see his street curbs and gutters was originally like 154,000, 150. And he cut it down to 50 last year, but that was because 75,000 went into the tax note.
Just trying to see that straight 75.
And then it went off to there.
I got it now. Thank you.
Okay, now we're on software.
Okay. And I got my paper. No, we want our brush and our leaves picked up. Garbage.
The biggest expense here would be the annual 5% automatic increase that happens.
Yeah, is that the professional services? 35,000?
It's the.
Okay,
contract. It says garbage contract.
okay, I'm looking at professional services.
And this year that was 3.8%. There it is.
Yeah.
Came back. Thank you, whoever has it.
It's 35,000 sitting there. That's a increase from
That's-
200.
He's talking about your 35,000. in
Donde?
170.
Where?
Under
Oh, yeah,
professional
other
services.
professional services.
Oh.
That was for two.
That was, that the classes for. No, that was.
That's in this year's
recycling.
budget. That's why I'm asking.
Hang on.
We'll get there.
I don't know why.
Tub grinding. Tub grinding.
Ah,
That makes
tub
sense.
grinding. Yeah, there it is.
That makes a whole lot of sense.
got
That's
your
probably not enough either.
Should have just put tub grinding on the B.
It's tub grinding. Thank you.
You'll get 35 out of it for sure, and fix D2 and get the rest of it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Robert.
You good?
Edward, what does citywide
Clean up.
cleanup entail?
So that also includes John Thompson coming to mow around the hazardous waste deal, but it
Okay.
also includes we donate, or I don't know if donate's the right
There's
word,
an
or we
agreement with the.
agreement with
Household hazardous waste with the county.
county,
With the county for that we have to pay a fee of, it's 5,000 a year.
and we haven't paid
That's
that
what that
yet.
is.
And there used to be other counties that helped besides, towns that helped besides Smithville, but I think one of them's going away. It's gonna only be two now instead of the three.
I don't know.
Lee County is thinking about bowing out, but Bastrop and us are
And that
still.
was what Kenneth told me.
Yeah.
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 That Lee County was gonna.
And also too, now with the hazardous waste, when they do their yearly cleanups or, paint and tires, stuff like that. We used to volunteer to go over and help, and they would cut us a check, for my guys working and stuff. They're not doing that no more. So there's gonna be a lot less help over there doing it, this, coming forward or whatever. That's not in our budget.
I've had multiple, I know it's not on this one, but just triggered me when we were talking about going over to help and that people have reached out if we do the contract, like outside labor source, like Mola cemeteries and that.
Mhm.
There's different people that would like to be contract labor for that, but I know we still have it in-house and
Well, we did try that.
Yeah, we
We
tried that
tried
with the
it.
cemetery before.
It failed
It was worse
miserably.
than, just the two guys.
oh, I
had being
agree
up
with
there.
all that. That's the reason why we brought it back in-house.
Yeah.
There was lots of phone calls when we outsourced it, so there's less phone calls now.
But there's a lot to mow and weed eat out
It's a
there.
lot. And they also take care of Mount Pleasant too, up at the top. So,
Yes.
sometimes they got to load up their material and stuff and head over there. And that takes a good almost 2 to 3 days, just to clean that, weed eat and everything. So back and forth, jumping around, like you said, right now, the Bahia grass and everything is just, it's killing it.
It's
By the
wild.
time they start from the beginning and they get to the back, the front's already back up 3 foot high.
And we see that all the time.
And it's not like you could jump on a lawnmower, just drive straight and turn around and come back. You know, you're ditching, dodging and everything, all the headstones and stuff and everything.
And the people adding trinkets and memorial things.
Cap
there.
memorials.
Edward, what's our policy, or I don't think it's an ordinance, but these high grasses you see, especially after the rain we've had, like as you're going out Gasly, that those little, I think it's part of a little church there on the
Yes,
right.
yes.
And I mean, the grass is just, what, do we require them to mow that? I mean, that, there's gotta be rats and that's a health and safety hazard. What do we do in those situations?
We do, and Lewis, our code enforcement guy, he takes care of, you know, getting the notices out and everything for everybody. I also have a guy, a part-time employee that runs a tractor shredder. So we mow our side of the city side out there. So and I did notice that when I was coming in this morning, he needs a cut right there by the railroad tracks and stuff. But we take it so far back to the city easement and then the rest is up to them to get it done. And yeah, Lewis, he sends them letters and everything and puts liens on them or whatever needs to be done to get them to try to do it. Some people do it, some don't. And I think, I don't know, in the budget there, you know, we were trying to get, you know, contract labor to come out there. If they don't want to do it, we would do it. But of course, that's a cost. And I think Jennifer said earlier, that's what we're gonna have to cut down a lot of that this year or whatever.
Well, when they won't do it and the city has to do it, shouldn't there be some sort of bill them for it? And if they
Well, yes,
don't wanna pay,
we're,
we take the
we're
property
definitely going to bill them for it and everything, but we can't make them pay.
against it.
That's the problem.
Then they
Yeah.
don't ever.
We
pay
can't make them pay.
property, you'll never get the money back.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the problem.
So
yeah. Well, I understand.
I have a whole spreadsheet full of.
For
unpaid
the liens.
Microphone. Try.
Mhm.
There's still people watching.
I think we kind of got off subject. Is
Next department is code enforcement. Jennifer?
that you?
So speaking of mowing and all of that, we did cut that $10,000 down from last year. Because a lot of times I mean, we don't recover that cost and we put a lien on the property and then property stays there. A lot of them are repeat offenders. Lewis is doing an awesome job trying to stay on top of it and get people to comply. He sends some of them come in and yes, they sometimes get paid. We get paid. Those costs. They ask us, what liens do you have? They know they're y'all to decide, is this money that y'all want to spend in this? Comes out and mows, we bill what they charge us. Charge $250. That's what the fee schedule where it says mowing a lot, that's trying to get in contact with us, more than likely. Inspector is on this 175. On a virtual inspection or a virtual, just doing it virtually is requiring so much more, so many. At page so-and-so, then you'll see that it's on page. One.
Any questions?
Was working, but if you touch it, it probably gonna quit.
That transmitter right up there over your hand.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 3. Okay, y'all can hear me. Sorry, guys, online. There was a number that changed just 3 days ago with respect to the number of hangars that are becoming available. Ms. Luters wants to sell 2 hangars, and I originally had in this budget, I'm sorry, I back that up. She wanted to sell, back all of it up. There were there were 2 hangars I was going to purchase, A2 and one of Ms. Luters' hangars. I've since found out she wants to sell her other hangar, so there's a total of 3 hangars up for sale. What's reflected in this budget is just 2. So you need to add an extra $140,000 to that 250. That's reflected in the charts that I had shown, but we didn't go back and change the yellow sheets because, change is going to come. We're going to go back and redo this for the next budget round. So just be advised that that number is now going to be $360,000 as reflected in the presentation that I provided. And that's hopefully a 90-10 match that I'm trying to confirm here pretty quick. The rest is fuel expense, and there's a revenue side of the house that's going to give us $10,000 to $12,000. So Sandy Meyerson is a great help out there. He's the boots on the ground. We receive revenue from the FBO. We receive revenue from the hay contract. We receive revenue from ground ties, ground ties, hangar rentals, and ground leases. So it's a great asset to the community, and I thank you for allowing us to purchase and make improvements at the airport that in the long term are going to give us great value and revenue. Yeah.
Questions on that? No question, you're good? Okay, we got grants and economic. Where's Jill? So Jill.
Okay, is this working? I don't know. It's gonna stay working. We'll see. So there's just a couple of things I wanted to point out and then any questions, but for example, we're gonna cut the cultural district back down to 5,000. That's kind of where we were initially historically closer to 3 or 4. This will give us the 5,000. One of the things that we've always done with cultural district is we've looked for sponsorship opportunities. And so we think we can probably still do pretty much what we're what we would normally be doing, but we'll just do more to find the sponsorship opportunities from the community to support some of the projects. And there's a more detailed report for y'all that I'll send out to you later to show kind of details of that. The other thing I just wanted to point out, there's the big expenses, really, Jose's gotten some extra money, which he really deserved, and we're glad to be able to do that. But that's kind of the driver of the primary expenses there. We also, as I mentioned earlier, we've got those tools for economic development, which was another thing that pushed things up a little bit. We've tried to pull things back on a couple of ways. So when you take out the salary portion, the additional tools, kind of some things minus, some things plus, we're only about $1,000 over what we had for last year for the program expenses. So one thing, I have the monitor I have that's, I don't know if it's from 2009 or from 2000, I don't know when it was, like 2012 or something, but it's old and it's starting to look like it's going on the fritz. So I do have $250 for that. So. And if you have any other
And
questions.
you need a new chair.
Well, I'm going to get the Yarn Bombers to cover that one because there's nothing wrong structurally. It just looks like it needs, yeah.
I've got a deal for you.
Ah, yeah, do you? They already told me, me
Okay.
they're working on it.
Edward, you're up. Maintenance.
As busy as you are.
Okay.
Mechanic, right?
Yeah, that's my mechanic right here.
You just have
Oh,
one
I would cut him down $455.
Did. Even with the 3%.
Yeah.
And yeah, truth be known, there's the fleet of vehicles we have. He stays very busy, and the breakdowns of the equipment that you have, he's a roving mechanic. And part of the things that I think you were going to say, and I don't mean to steal your thunder, but the person coming on as maintenance can help tire changes and oil changes. So he's more of a flex guy, jack of all trades, but not being Jack.
My maintenance guy too is also, just throw this in there real quick, but he's also going to maintain our yard so that I don't have to bring my parks guys in to mow, weed eat and stuff. Cause there's always going to be times that, we got grass around there. It's not too bad. We got John Thompson does the detention pond in the back, but he'll take care of all of that too at the same time. Also, when Brad needs help, doing big jobs, he's there. So he's going to be, like you said, jack of all trades. He'll be around. Any questions about maintenance? Thank you.
That concludes the general fund portion of the yellow sheets. Utility Fund, Department 610, Miss Jennifer. Any questions here for 610? We did make an attempt to reduce the transfer from the utility to the general. This will go up a little bit. We found some additional revenues, so we were probably targeting 50 to 75,000 possibly. These are one of those numbers that we're going to massage as we go through the budget process. But, do what we can, given what we got. Hearing no questions, let's go on to 620 electrical.
Electrical.
$16,000 difference.
Yeah, a little bit difference. Transformers, pole top equipment, everything's getting a little bit more expensive by the day.
That was one of the questions I was gonna ask, because if we get a hard winter or another hard summer, you're gonna be hit for transformers.
Yes, yeah. The good thing is especially this year, they've done a really, really good job about getting out and upgrading a lot of the transformers that we've had out there that are old, leaking, discolored or whatever and stuff. So we've gotten out there, changed them. So if we do have a hard winter, hopefully that'll help, keep the load and everything down. And, they sitting out there for years and years and years in the weather. Now we got new ones up. So hopefully that'll help. Yes, we got plenty. We have probably about 8 different sizes and we carry about 3 apiece.
Revenue for electricity is up like 70 grand. Is that just a 2% based on the increased rate that we think we're gonna have? And I know there's no change, but I thought this is not, this on the revenue side, it's expensive. There's 70,000 increase electric residential because of new hookups maybe?
Yeah, just the count, the customer count.
Escapes me. Yeah, there was some of the revenue component that I'm trying to shake my mind. But yeah, to Cynthia's point.
Probably new hookups.
New count, yeah.
You got a little bit, 12 or 15,000 for commercial too, so I'm assuming it's just growth that you anticipate to have.
Yeah, I pull what the current count is, and then I take the average rates and pull LCRA's bills to see what the annual consumption is and get an average. And I got a chart that just tells me this is what we should get next year if things, are kind of on average with the new counts of customers and stuff.
There's an assumption of some new houses being hooked up.
Correct.
There you go. Here's the revenue that you're referring to. Electric residential.
Yeah, 70.
And clearly there is new construction that's going to go on, and I'm hoping a lot more. But we've been very conservative in our estimates as far as the number of new permits, new taps, and revenue from new sources. Okay, we go back. He is.
Yes, ma'am. That was me.
Membership list.
Sorry. Is that better? So as Councilmember Jenkins said, the membership fees, they're valid for a year. We should reevaluate in January.
Yeah, probably in the middle of December, we'll have a know of where we are and what we've spent and what we want to do with the next year. I think we can talk about that at the January.
And
Budgeted at the old date.
what?
We did budget at the old date.
Yeah,
We did keep it in there.
Yeah, we budgeted to keep it the same,
I
but
keep it-
that will all depend on, just if we anticipate, if you think we cut it in half, we will get twice as many members, but that's a risk.
Well, one of the things that we're doing is partnering with the school district
Mhm.
for a white paper program. Not intellectual papers to communicate, but take all their white paper for profit. And so we used to do that.
Yeah.
And we have those
Green containers.
green machines that
Portable.
refurbish and give back to them. That should bring us additional revenue in a partnership with the school.
Absolutely, because white paper is $1,400 a bale. It's a moneymaker. And that would be a really great thing. The other thing is, the CapCog has some, what they call Swiffer grants. I'm hoping that it'll get the school district involved in doing recycling, composting, and teaching the kids sustainable stuff. But that'll be up to the school district for that if they want to apply for the grants. But if we could get the white paper and move forward with that, and maybe by the end of the year, move forward to get, I know that next year there may be a grant available from CapCog that might get us a baler for the white paper,
And in an ideal world, another worker would be great.
Yeah,
But
Crystal ball, how much revenue would that bring? The white paper project?
If they do half of what Cheryl told me, we would split the revenue with them because it is their stuff. I would say that every month, if we bailed, if we got 4 bells out of them, a month, that's, that's about what, $4,800 or 5,000. So you figure 5,000 a month, you're gonna get, like 50,000 a year just out of bails.
Somebody gives us the machine for free.
Well, if we can get the grant from CatCog, I've been talking with Ken May about that, and he said he thinks that's gonna be online next year. Don't know. If we start doing that, we're gonna definitely have to have an extra person. Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to split it. Yeah, but it could be more than that, especially if we get with them and get to working with them. I mean, they really use a lot of paper. So,
But the goal would be to reduce the local membership fees, right?
the goal in the long run is to take the burden off the citizens in town. Right now, we can't do that, but it has been proven that there are enough people in town and in the county that want it open and want it and want it moving forward. So that's just a proven on it.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to make that a profit center. I'm just trying to make it.
But
Cover its
as
own
you look, we
expenses.
kind of missed our predictions. We said 7,500, you got 38. We said 6,000 on sale of recyclables. Year to date, you're at 11,397.
Got another check today.
Yeah, so it's working.
No, it's a great success story.
Yeah, it's moving forward. I think it's really good. And I think now then going with Keep Texas Recycling, we're going to get better money for our recyclables. And I'm hoping that will move forward.
Yeah, Chloe's helped us a lot and taught us, a lot about making sure we got more bells on the trucks and stuff, when they come to pick up than when we used to. We used to just, oh, yeah, it looks like we're full. Let's load up a truck. And we were way underweight. And then we were getting charged, to recycle and stuff. Now we're running and measuring and weighing and everything, and we're bringing in full bells and we're getting big checks now for it.
Yeah, and that's going to work out in the long run. I think that's going to increase next year. And with what we bring in and what we're doing, I think we will be where we need to be. It may make some money. I will tell you this, it looks great. Everybody that I talk to that uses it thinks it's clean. It looks great, and we have a center that everybody's proud of.
That's good. Thank you.
Water.
You got me for 2 more. Yeah.
Delta here is minus $117.
Oh,
I told you I gave him a target.
Everything I
Stay
could.
flat or lower.
Got everything I could.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
We did. We made some cuts and stuff through here. I mean, it might not look like much, but yeah, water, it's just like everything else. Buildings are coming, people are moving in, they're needing water, sewer, electric.
Yeah.
Materials.
Absolutely.
It's a good thing. Very good.
Wastewater.
Any questions?
One of the things that expenses that runs through all these is insurance. And I know in the property world, property and casualty, they're 20 to 22% up year over year. I noticed some of these are 20 to 25%. Where do we get our insurance? Is it one provider, or do different types of insurance use different brokers and different companies
It's Texas Municipal TML
for everything?
for everything.
Yeah, okay.
For workers' comp, for property, general liability, all of it.
I was looking down there. I messed myself up. I said, 66,000 ever. What have you done?
No.
That's,
Seven.
yeah,
7,000.
yeah, 7,000 change.
Okay, any other questions for Edward?
Thank you.
The utility fund, where is it?
Yeah, it's talking and then summarizing the actions that I've taken down. So, citizen comments, anyone? Okay. Get out of here. Okay, just a real brief summary. You know, the over 65 tax freeze is impacting the tax rate. The increase in airport revenue expenses are on the surface looking like we're inflating the budget, but that's not a budget neutral, but a budget positive proposition. We're requesting 3% COLA for all employees. We're requesting 2 additional headcount, a building inspector and a maintenance person. We're still actively pursuing cost cutting and cost saving measures. No plans to increase utility fees. The next steps that I have are to address the workshop comments and action items, which I'll go over in a moment. The next budget workshop is next Wednesday, 5 p.m. here, and then 2 weeks after that, September 4th. You will vote and adopt the tax rate and the budget on the September 9th meeting. The actions that I've taken, documented. If I've missed any, please let me know because I want to turn these around before the next workshop. Judy, you're going to send library stats to the council. Council, we will need to make a decision on the Workforce Training Center construction contract at the next meeting on the 21st. That's a council action. Ashley, send presentation to council on the rec center, all the programs and the profit. So you can send that. Jill, community service letters to the council. Ashley, investigate the cost of a shade structure at Riverbend Park. Ashley, Riverbend Park playground equipment. The next meeting, I'm also want to spend a lot of time on the tax note, the moving, restructuring, redefining what we're going to spend. And I'll make the changes that you identified needed to be changed.
Robert,
Then
before we do
Cynthia-
that,
Go ahead.
we've got to prioritize what it is that we need to see funded, correct?
Yes,
Because we
that's-
don't know how much we need to move.
And that's what, let me get to that. We're going to make the changes. There's some puts and takes that they have to make in the general packet. So it will change the balancing of the budget, the numbers. They're going to go up because I didn't have the other hanger that I just found out became available in the numbers. Okay, and then some of the smaller changes that you requested. So the decision points that I need your guidance on tonight would be nice to know whether or not you still agree on a 3% COLA, or is that too early to ask? I heard everybody say that's what you wanted, but that's been baked into the budget. It makes a difference. If you don't want that, it changes things.
Well, I think we need to wait before we decide that because again, we've all gone through what our asks were.
Mhm.
So I don't know of what we all put forward as things that we needed to see done if we're going to do any or all of that and how we're going to pay for it. For instance, what I'm asking for in terms of economic development. Do we need to discuss that amongst us and y'all say, Mitch, it's not going to happen? I mean, to me, listening to what Councilman Etheridge has said tonight, and it's something that I've been on for a year, we don't seem to have an expense problem here, and I'm satisfied, and I'm satisfied talking to the citizens that with the work that you and your staff have done, there's just not much room to cut. You've cut, and it's obvious that there's a need there for more. And to fund those needs and or whatever else we're going to do, we have to address the revenue side of the equation. And for me, that's that's investing in economic development because I don't see we don't really have a revenue plan.
Yeah, I would prioritize, as I said earlier, I would prioritize investment in economic development. I would like to see, as you pointed out, a qualification of tax note items that can be reallocated, not the ones that we necessarily would, but just start with, hey, these are all the things that if you chose to, you could. And I think it's probably that list minus the 130 for the police cars, unless there's something else in there. But that's about $1 million if you include the 90-something thousand, I guess, that's in interest that's earned that you could do. So let's just say we got $1 million there to just consider. I mean, there may be a lot of things in that $1 million we're not willing to change, but it would be nice to know that there are at least options. And then when you come back next time and make the adjustments that you just talked about, we then know we've got 3% in the COLA. We could change it to 2%. What would that do if we went from 3% to 2 or 2.5? I'm not saying we would, but it's nice
Picks
to
up
know.
100,000.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to know if we decide that we want to invest in economic development, assistant city manager, whatever we decide, if we want to invest that $250,000, $300,000, where would we get it? And remember, if we invest in a people, I mean, that's a recurring, that's not a one-time deal. So we got to think about if we hired new people, we've got to assume that they're going to be here. You know, the tax note won't be there forever to fund that. So it's kind of like what happened with Edward last year. We had a little bit of a one-time opportunity to defray costs by using tax note, but that's not a recurring source of revenue to fund that position.
Is there a CapEx recap or request sheet in here in terms of by department? I don't even see us really asking for any capital expenditures that we could move.
Well, there's been, what is the definition of capital? Over, what's our definition? 35,000, an amount, 5,000. So yeah, there's equipment. The fire department wants the Jaws of Life. There's cars that are all capital. I haven't done a CapEx. This is what we.
But
want.
it's stuff we could possibly move to the tax note
Yes.
if we made space, and that would create.
Yeah, there's not a lot of capital items in the budget this year.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. If we identified all of it, I mean, if we're going to try and scratch out $200,000 or $300,000 that we can manipulate within the tax note and create space in the budget.
Each department, there's a capital expenditure line.
Okay, can y'all recap that? I don't want to go back and look at each department. Do we have a total CapEx number in this budget request?
And would all of them be eligible under the tax note?
We'll have to go back.
There's that many in.
So that's a request, an action item.
Yeah, I think that's the question is what's the capital CapEx in the current budget? And then which of those would be eligible if you even wanted to reallocate? Because that's going to limit how much money you have.
The 35,000 for the Jaws of Life in the fire department was the only big CapEx in the budget this year.
So there's no opportunity for us to be moving stuff around in the tax note.
Well, there's opportunity to address other issues that we have to address, like the workforce training center.
That's
Yeah.
what I was going to say.
Right.
The workforce
And-
training center is something.
Yeah.
Well, the only things that matter are things that we would do that would free up money in our budget. That's what we're talking about. And we used it for repaving last year. Is that what we did mostly in Edwards Group? We used tax note for
A
that.
lot
but-
for repaving.
Yeah, so I don't know if we've got repaving, so it may be something more than just CapEx that's eligible under the tax note.
Infrastructure, capital,
Yeah.
or facility improvements.
Yeah, so I think with the last meeting, we thought that there might be some of the similar types of expenditures in Edwards' budget this time that we used last time. I don't know if that's true, but I mean, I think you understand what we're trying to do.
Yeah,
is
you
you know
can-
what we're trying to
You
do.
can move things. You can't move services
Yeah.
or people.
We just need to figure out, is there things in the tax note that can be used to reduce
And
the budget?
Quite frankly, we need to have a large discussion about economic development and assistant city manager.
Yeah.
You don't have the money to do that this year. We have a need of a building inspector. Unless we can find it elsewhere,
Well, let's start by doing the
CapEx.
action items and identifying what are the options that we have available. I think we need to see
Did
that.
I miss any? So CapEx, we're gonna check. I think it's just the fire department, but I will look into it. And, well, airport is grant, but it's cap.
Yeah, it's in the capital line item.
But-
Yes.
Yeah, gotcha. You could buy the hangars with the tax note, since it's facility expansion. So
But that wouldn't free up money in the budget though.
it would not. That's the.
Yeah, and I'm, Robert, back to your statement, I'm perfectly willing to delay the assistant city manager thing. I mean, that was a wish list, but I certainly want to keep focusing on finding a way to invest in economic development and have a revenue plan. And we're taxed out in every department.
And I thank them greatly. You're awesome, guys. Thank you. All right. So I'll capture all these action items. And we'll meet again next Wednesday, yeah? Did I miss anything?
No. The tax rate, do we need to do anything at this one or is it the next? one?
That's actually a really good point because I had written down here, and several people alluded to it. I know we built our budget on the 61. And I would like to know I would like to at least have open the possibility of discussing a number less than that, which I guess will take place on the 9th. Is that right?
No, that has to take place before. You have to be set in what you're going to do on the 9th. So in the workshops coming up, you have to talk about if you do a 5 cent or a 3 cent versus.
When
a
do you
61.
recommend that we make that decision? At the next workshop?
Yeah, as soon as possible
Okay,
because,
okay.
because if,
Yeah, because it's 200, yeah, I know. I think if I remember right, it's $259,000, I think, is
yes,
what it is.
For 61 and it drops.
Yeah.
I can't find the sheet.
Yeah, so that's just another 259. We need to talk about, we just need to put that on the list to really talk about at the next meeting as one of those things that is possible to, if we were able to eliminate that 259, no citizen in this town would pay any more than what they paid last year on anything at all. No utility fees, no extra taxes, not changing anything on recycle, nothing. Everybody be absolutely the same as last year,
Yeah,
right?
but
Or am I
that's-
misspeaking?
It's not going to.
Is that right? I want to make sure what I'm assuming is right. I could be
That
wrong.
would keep the tax rate the same as last year, but that wouldn't give you, normally you can get a 3.5% increase for our operating expense.
Oh,
That means that none of our operating expenses,
Well, you're going to lose 259,000.
going to lose 259,000. So
yeah.
yeah, as long as you understand,
Yeah.
you tell me where you want me to cut that.
Right. Yeah, that's one of our options is if we wanted to achieve the objective of having no citizen pay anything more in anything, that would be the only thing left to do because we're not raising utility rates. We're not changing the recycle. I mean, unless there's other fees or something out there I'm missing.
We're not changing the cycle right now.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
So just be prepared.
Yeah.
Get to vote on the tax rate at the next meeting.
No.
No,
We don't vote.
not vote. That'll be
That doesn't
September
happen.
9th, or what we're going to set it
They need
at.
to know so
Sorry.
they can do the budget.
Yeah.
We need to know what we're going to set. I'm sorry.
That is a whole,
We have to set.
Well, it's $259,000.
okay.
Yeah. Right?
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So you got to cut 259,000.
Absolutely.
Wherever you want to cut it. That's
Absolutely.
y'all's decision. Like I said, that's not mine. You tell me
And
where-
if we decide to fund something in economic development, we got to find that money too.
That's correct. So if the revenue is going to hold and you're not allowing me to raise any rate,
Yeah,
amount of dollars, so something's going to have to cut.
the no new revenue rate brings in minus
That
14,000.
same thing happens in my house every month. And every citizen in Smithville has the same issue every month. They have X amount that comes in and that's what they can spend.
Will we prepared to discuss it?
Yeah, that's the point.
Thanks for hanging in, everybody. It's been a long meeting.
Yeah.
Appreciate the
Thanks to
input.
the staff.
Yeah.
Doing a lot with a little.